and contribute to the advancement of knowledge and practice in our profession. I once again extend a warm, gracious, and heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you. Thank you for your presence, your participation, and your commitment to excellence. Wishing you all a productive and enriching conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your gracious words and for setting such a positive and inspiring tone for today's conference. Every conference carries a vision, and today's conference stands as a reflection of innovation, leadership, and academic excellence in nursing. To give us a deeper insight into the purpose and objectives of this conference, I now invite Mrs. Joyce Mabel D'Souza, HOD, Department of Medical and Surgical Nursing, SV College of Nursing, to present the conference description. Over to you, ma'am.
So can you hear me?
Yes, madam, we can hear you. The internet is a little patchy. Please check.
Finish up. Your voice got big. Okay. Good morning, all the respected dignitaries, honorable chief guest, and a guest of honor, esteemed speakers, and dear participants. It is a privilege to present a brief overview of the today's National Virtual Conference themed Advancing Nursing Excellence, Leadership, Research Innovation, Integration of Educations, and Clinical Practice. Healthcare today is changing at the extraordinary phase, and the nurses stands at the heart of this transformation. The modern nurse, not only a caregiver, but also a leader, critical thinker, innovator, lifelong learner with the increased expectations of the patient's care and safety. So there is a growth needed to strengthen professional capabilities and to adapt the advancement. So this conference has been thoughtfully designed to address these evolving demands. It provides a platform where the knowledge meets practice and ideas turn into a meaningful action by bringing together educators, clinicians, researchers, students, and the conference also encourages a dialogue, collaborations, and a shared learning across the different areas of nursing. This session is planned for today, highlight the important dimension of our profession for exploring new approaches in nursing research to understand the leadership that inspires the change. Each segment aims to enhance both academic insight and clinical effectiveness. Key focus is also placed on connecting classroom learning with the real-world practice, ensuring the knowledge is translating the equality in the patient care. In addition to this, they have a scientific paper presentation to offer an opportunity hear me? Can anyone give a...
Madam, yes, now your voice is okay, but I think there is some issue with the
This
internet.
conference is hosted by Little Flower Group of Institution and SV College of Nursing, Bangalore. The institution is dedicated for nurturing the skilled professional and promoting excellence in healthcare education. We hope today's session will not only expand your knowledge, but also strengthen our professional connections, and motivate you to contribute in your future the field of nursing. Thank you, and wishing everyone.
Thank you, ma'am, for that comprehensive overview. As highlighted, this conference aims to strengthen nursing practice by integrating leadership, research, innovation, and clinical education, ultimately contributing to improved patient care and professional excellence. It's my great honor and privilege to extend a warm and cordial welcome to our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Sujata Rathod. Dr. Sujata Rathod is a distinguished and highly respected personality known for her remarkable contributions and exemplary leadership in the field of healthcare and nursing. Her dedication, vision, and commitment towards excellence have inspired many professionals and enriched the healthcare community. Even amidst her demanding schedule, she has graciously taken the time to be a part of this conference, which truly reflects her engagement and support towards academic and professional development. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a heartfelt welcome to you, ma'am. We are truly honored by your presence. I warmly welcome our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Sujata Rathod, whose presence is a great honor and inspiration to all of us. Even though she was not virtually present here, now I request everyone to kindly pay attention as we present the video message from our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Sujata Rathod.
I'm very glad that there is a conference on that to a national conference in the discipline of nursing, with the topic being advancing nursing excellence in terms of leadership, research, innovation, and integration of education with the clinical practice on this month, 24th of April, under the aegis of Little Flower Group of Institutions and its chairman, Dr. Venkat Giri, who's an ex-member of Senate and Syndicate and is a member of the Karnataka State Nursing Association, Government of Karnataka. Well, it gives me great pleasure to be part of this conference in ensuring that clinical practice of what really happens with the patients is what our nurses also should be able to understand, because nurses and form the first grassroots level workers who are in constant touch with the patient's need. So it is always what the nurse touches and cares for the patient that is felt by the patient, rather than the large complex surgeries which what super specialists operate upon. So ensuring that the importance of healthcare by these nurses is what makes a difference for the patient's difficulties during his diagnosis or during his hospital stay. It is extremely important that this integration is what is talked about in this conference. Coming to the other components, excellence in being leaders and research innovation. Well, research innovation is always a must in our country, because a country which is the world's largest country, should have more answers from its own population. So unless we promote research amongst our own people, amongst our own clinicians, then only we get the answers to treat our patients, rather than just rely on the Western literature where our ethnicity does not match, so many factors do not match. So yes, research is a must, and all nurses, I urge that they spend minimum of 1 hour every day in knowing the advances and what research they can do. Coming to the last component, or the first component, leadership. Yes, we have always had leaders more from our medical background, but we need to have more and more leaders in the nursing section, because policy decisions with regard to the nursing and healthcare system is extremely important, and unless we have leaders who can sit with the policy makers or take decisions, it will be very important that they bring about the highlight of their profession. Example about the general nursing courses, which the INC says should be abolished in the next few years. Unless the other policy makers are made to aware that this is the actual workforce essential in all our institutes, such policies will get abolished. So unless there is a decision coming from the nursing fraternity with regard to this, and with its leadership decisions, such good things can always stay in order to make the workforce better at the common hospitals. So I just gave an example of that. Yes, we would love to have more nurses in the IAS category or into more political system also, where they can be policy makers. As Director of Medical Education, myself, Dr. B.L. Sujata Rathod, wish this conference a grand success, and I hope this will bring about a lot of changes in our nursing sector, because they are the primary healthcare delivery people in the system. So I wish the conference a grand success. Thank you. I'm very glad.
Despite her demanding professional commitments, Dr. Sujata Rathod has kindly shared her valuable message with us, which truly reflects her dedication towards nurturing excellence in nursing. Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring and thoughtful message. Your words have truly motivated us and added great value to this conference. It's my great honor to extend a warm and cordial welcome to our esteemed guest of honor, Sri Srikant Pulari. Sir is a distinguished personality known for his dynamic leadership, professional excellence, and visionary approach. His contributions and commitment have made a significant impact and continue to inspire many. We are truly privileged to have such an accomplished and respected individual grace this occasion. His presence adds great value and prestige to this conference. I warmly welcome our guest of honor, Srikant Pulari, whose presence is a great honor for all of us. Despite his busy schedule, he has graciously shared a valuable message for this conference, reflecting his support and encouragement through a video recording. Over to you.
Little Flower Group of Institution has organized a national conference through online mode. The topic is very much appropriate: advancing nursing excellence, leadership, research innovation and integration of education with clinical practice. The topic is very appropriate and you will get valuable insights, and this will greatly enrich the conference, inspire participants including nursing professionals, academicians and students across the nation who are part of it today. This conference definitely enhances the knowledge, will share the recent advancements and promote excellence in the field of nursing and healthcare. Karnataka State Nursing Council is accrediting the credit hours for this conference, and observer will attend throughout the sessions of the conference, and definitely so all of you will get a benefit out of it. Make use of such advancing nursing concepts, and I wish once again best and successful for the Little Flower Group of Institutions organized conference. Thank you one and all the best wishes.
Despite his busy schedule, Mr. Srikant Pulari has graciously shared a special video message for this conference, reflecting his support and encouragement for the nursing community. Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and encouraging message. Your words have truly added value for this conference. It's my great honor and privilege to introduce our guest speaker for the session, Dr. Santosh Shinde. He is highly respected academician and administrator, currently serving as the principal of BLDE College of Nursing, Bijapur, Karnataka, and also a member of the Senate, Rajiv Gandhi University of Health and Sciences, Bengaluru, with vast experience in nursing education, leadership, and academic governance. He has made remarkable contributions to the advancement of nursing profession and higher education. He is widely known for his visionary leadership, commitment to academic excellence, and dedication towards shaping competent and skilled nursing professionals. We are truly honored to have such an eminent personality with us today. Sir, please have few words with our participants today. Over to you, sir. So your mic is on mute. I think the participants are not hearing what you're saying.
Santosh sir, please unmute.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Sir, very good morning to one and all. So, respected our mentor, Dr. Venkatagiri sir, and all the faculty members of Little Flower Group of Institute and SP College of Nursing, Bangalore. So, really, I'm very happy and I'm glad to be a part of this wonderful program that's the workshop has organized by the Little Flower Group of Institute. Really, it is a very appreciable task where every year this institution is organizing such a wonderful national and international level conferences for our nursing fraternity. And already I have seen and I heard our DME ma'am and our the leader of nursing fraternity, Srikant Pulare sir. He has explained everything. And the topic you have chosen, that is advanced nursing excellence, that leadership and research, innovations and integration of education with the clinical practice. Really, I agree with this. This is one of the very wonderful topic where you have chosen for this national level conference. As we know, INC has set a curriculum, that is evidence-based curriculum and simulation-based curriculum has established. So such kind of conference are needed to our students where they can improve and where they can get the more interest in research and innovations. Uh, as we see the last 2 decades, uh, we are very poor in innovation and research. Nowadays, the nurses are doing well in their research topics and everywhere. And even their contribution also is there in research and development. So I congratulate all the organizers and the participants. I request you make a use of this national level conference. My wishes are with you all. All the best for your conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and inspiring keynote address. Your valuable thoughts have truly enriched our knowledge and provided meaningful direction for all of us today. Once again, thank you very much, sir. It's my great honor to introduce another distinguished personality with us today, Dr. Melvin Michael Arakal. Sir is a renowned academic leader, currently serving as the principal of Lasia College of Nursing and a member of Senate, Rajiv Gandhi University of Health and Sciences, Bengaluru, with extensive experience in nursing education, administration, and academic leadership. He has made significant contributions to strengthening nursing standards and professional excellence. He is widely recognized for his visionary approach, commitment to quality education, and dedication towards nurturing competent healthcare professionals. We are truly privileged to have such an eminent personality grace this occasion. With great respect, I now invite Dr. Melvin Michael Arakal, sir, to share his valuable thoughts. Over to you, sir.
Hello. It's audible?
Yes, sir, you can proceed.
Okay. My all the best to the team Little Flower and ST College of Nursing, especially Dr. Venkatagiri sir and Sneha madam and Renju sir. And I know this is not the first time they are doing this. They are the one leading in this conference conducting because I already seen that this year itself they conduct almost 5 or 6 conference, and that is kind of a good sign from the nursing field. And they always wanted a advanced and innovative and some renovation and kind of full features nursing professions. And this Sneha madam, I know from long years, and she's the one always thinking about some innovative ideas and how to bring the nursing field a little upgradation. And the Dr. Venkatagiri sir is always supportive, and they all want a new phase for the nursing. So these will help. And as like Santosh sir told, this is a very good topic. And again, we are expecting many kind of different topics and the problems of the nursing and everything should take into field and keep conducting lots of program. And we are there for you with all the support. And thank you for inviting me and being a part of this program. I will keep watching on this conference. And congratulations to the team again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and inspiring words. Your valuable inputs have truly enriched this conference and motivated all of us. Once again, thank you. Now, we move on to the next segment of our conference, the session 1. This session focuses on innovative research methods and evidence-based practice in nursing, a topic that plays a crucial role in strengthening quality care and advancing the nursing profession. To introduce and coordinate this session, it is my pleasure to invite Ms. Harshita, lecturer, SV College of Nursing, Bengaluru, a dedicated academician known for her commitment to teaching excellence and her passion for nurturing future nursing professionals. I request you, ma'am, to kindly take over the session. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Good morning, respected dignitaries, esteemed delegates, and dear participants. It is indeed great honor and privilege to introduce our distinguished resource persons for today's session. It's Dr. Elsa Sanatumbi Devi. Madam is highly accomplished academician, researcher, and leader in the field of nursing and health professions education. She is currently serving as a professor at the Manipal College of Nursing under the prestigious Manipal Academy of Higher Education. Madam is proud recipient of the National Florence Nightingale Award conferred by the Honorable President of India, Draupadi Murmu, in recognition of her outstanding contribution to nursing and healthcare services. Dr. Elsa Madam is an eminent nursing professional, educator, researcher, and administrator with more than 2 decades of experience in her teaching, clinical practice, research, and academic leadership. Madam has an outstanding academic background with a PhD from Manipal University, MBA in Healthcare Services, and Master degree in Medical Surgical Nursing. Ma'am has further strengthened her academic excellence through multiple prestigious fellowships, including those from the Foundation for Advancement of International Medical Education and Research. Dr. Elsa Madam holds several key leadership positions, such as Director of MEHE FEMER International Institute for Leadership in Interprofessional Education, then Deputy Director of Center for Continuing Education and Interprofessional Development, Professor and Quality Management Representative in Manipal College of Nursing, President of Gerontological Nursing Association of India, continues to contribute actively to academic governance as a Board of Studies member and Board of Director in a reputed institutions. Dr. Elsa Madam is a prolific researcher with an extensive list of publications in reputed national and international journals. Ma'am research on the development of M-Health applications for pressure ulcer care and caregiver support has received the significant recognitions and more awards. Madam has also made valuable contributions to our academic literature through the authorship and co-authorship for several books and chapters, including advanced concepts of nursing, psychosocial aspect of critically ill patients, Manipal Manual of Nursing Education, contributions to modern surgery for nurses, and IGNO textbooks. Her excellence has been widely recognized through numerous awards and honors, which has National Florence Nightingale Award in the year of 2021, Dr. TMA Pai Gold Medal for the Best Research Publication in the year of 2025, and Most Accomplished Faculty Award in the year of 2026. Multiple awards for the best research papers and presentations at national and international conference. In addition to her academic and research achievements, Madam has actively contributed to innovation in healthcare through the development of models and ideas such as a patient care devices and monitoring systems. She has also been involved in the community services, initiatives, and teleconsultation projects during the COVID-19 pandemic. Dr. Elsa Sanatombi Devi Madam is widely respected for her visionary leadership, dedication to teaching, commitment to research, and passion for advancing healthcare education. She continues to inspire students, professionals, and researchers through her work and contributions at both national and international levels. We are truly honored and privileged to have such a distinguished personality among us today. I now request Dr. Elsa Sanatombi Devi Madam to kindly take over the session and share her valuable knowledge and insights. Thank you.
Dr. Elsa, we can't hear you. No, we can't hear you. I'm sorry. Participants, please confirm if you're able to hear Dr. Elsa. Yes, no in the chat box.
No, we can't hear, madam. Madam, you have an audio unmuted in your system itself. Sir, Manoj, sir, can you unmute her?
No, she is unmuted, but her audio is not, we can't hear her.
No, we also can't hear her voice.
Yeah, she is on unmute. We can't hear her.
System is having any.
Yeah. There was issue with her computer, so she joined with phone. But now here also there is some lag.
Maybe whole system is muted or what? Voice is low or something?
No, she's connecting. I hope it is.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Now
yes, now we can hear you, madam. Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
It's
I
okay.
have been
It's okay.
facing a
It's
lot
okay.
of problems, and I think, but then
It's okay, madam.
Sneha has
No
been
problem.
very enduring. Yeah, Sneha has been very enduring to, hear from me. In fact, we had so much problem till now, technical problem, and I think God willing, we are here together. So thank you so much for the invitation, and it's very kind of you. And it's always my privilege to share my little bit of knowledge that I have, always with the theme of nursing. Basically, I'm a nurse. That's why I'm a very, very proud nurse. And I think all of us have lots to contribute to our society. So I request someone to share my slides from there because my laptop is hanging out there. So thank you, Manoj, for sharing the slide. And the right topic has been given to me: how a transformational nurse leader could change the strategies for quality care. And the quality is like when it's rightly said, where you don't go as an auditor or as an administrator or as a teacher to see what is quality. Tomorrow, if you want to see quality, you have to enter as a patient into the hospital. Then only you know how what care you receive from the patient. So very rightly during this conference, you all will be addressing from different speakers on how quality can be sustained as an administrator or as a leader. So can I have the next slide? Yeah. So if we say transformation, there are different leadership styles, which I will not be going in depth to, but we need to be a very situational leader who can also transform. That's very important because transformation comes when you have a deep desire within, when you have a vision to inspire someone more than myself. How do you inspire the younger generation? Today, it is utmost important because we have the Gen Zs coming in, and not only that, the Alpha team is going to come in another 5 years. So I think all of us as leaders, as teachers, leaders, we need to be very highly motivated, highly accountable to see what happens in the next generation of nursing. So it is to transform whoever is next to us, means anybody could be. We learn not only from seniors, we also learn from them. So it's a kind of mentor mentee, it's a kind of reverse mentoring that we need to look at in the current scenario. So if you look at transformational leadership, it do exist in nursing, but you will find them a little bit here and there. That is, it is happening in pockets. So in India, if you look at, there are thousands of nursing colleges. Look at only Karnataka, we have 800 plus colleges. So how do you inspire the young generation? Because facility is going to be different, academic patterns are going to be different. However, said and done, we have one curriculum, yet the way we actually deliver is quite different. So how are we going to inspire the young nurses? The quality of faculty, the quality of students entering, the quality of healthcare, the resource usability and availability, these are going to create a lot of stepwise the comparisons that within the private as well as the public sector. See, in the West, if you see, public hospitals are an example to the private hospitals, but in India, private hospitals are an example to the in a public hospital or a government hospital. So when we get sick, nobody runs to a medical government sub center or PAC or say the district hospital. We run to a private hospital. That means where quality lies, people don't mind spending money. But is that sustainable? We need to look at in Indian scenario. So is that only sustainable even for nursing in India? We need to look at. So quality is how we defined, and how do you inspire the next generation to be what it is to be. I'm not saying all of us are perfect. None of us can attain 100%, but to near perfection we need to achieve, and that is where we look at the best education or the best care that we all expect to. So we are seeing evidence is showing that there is a partial fulfillment and not completely implemented, saying the evidence based practice, we speak so much, but in the real scenario it can be in papers many times. So like we need to look at, when we look at quality, we also need to look at human beings. When you say quality, it is not about an instrument or anything. It is, you are looking at the people in the organization. Makes a lot of sense. So our work satisfaction, our happiness, our engagement, our commitment, our growth, our productivity, this all matters into any of the quality process. So can I have the next slide? Can I have the next slide? Hello. Yeah, thank you. So when we say transformational nurse leader, I mean, if unless, like, for example, you have a vision. Vision means you want to reach the moon. So how do you want to go to the moon is our objective. So all of us as nurse leaders need to have certain, certain flavors in us. That is, we need to idealize and also influence. So if I'm not able to influence my student, they won't follow me. As simple as that. Today, Gen Zs will not just follow, because they are very comfortable. You see, if you look at the Gen Zs are the most, I should appreciate them because they are the most open-minded people. And on the way, they simply call you, hey, bro. But then we as millennials will not be able to accept that. We will never be able to accept that because we are from another old school style and they are from the new school. So we need to adapt because we are the teacher, they are the student. We expect them to follow. But what do they look at and follow us? That's very important for us. So we need to be role models. We say role model every time, but in what way? Today the younger generation are very choosy because they will look at what they want and afterwards they won't even bother. But then we expect accountability, right? So they also have accountability, but we have a different stature, which we'll be seeing in the next slides. So maintaining our ethics, our professionalism, and the trust. For me, trust is everything. If we do not have trust, nothing works out in life as well. So trust is one thing because we need to be consistent. So that consistency is important for any one of us as leaders to showcase. Please keep on the previous slide. Please don't change the slide. Yeah. So we need to be consistent as a leader. Today, if we work on a mood swings, it's not going to impact the younger generation. So we did look at how consistent we are in our growth, in our mentoring, and in our uplifting of the next generation. And that's where we say we need to transform. Transformation is you have a strong vision and a strong ladder of success stories, as well as objectives on which the next generation is looking at how do they climb. So this I'll explain to you maybe in another few slides that's coming up. So we need to be an inspiration for them. We need to have a strong vision. My vision in life is to where to reach the moon. How am I going to reach the moon? So they look up on us. When a mentee really looks at the mentor, they look at, okay, they look at as a role model. They also want to climb in the higher ladder of success. That's what we look at. So we need to frequently have intellectual stimulation. So we need to be very innovative. Unless we are innovative and we think out of the box and we think beyond the box, I think we're not going to survive in with this era of AI. I think we will not be able to survive unless we are very strategic, unless we are very innovative. So it's a constant growth of progress that we are looking at. So we need to set certain standards, purpose, because today we are faculty leaders, we are clinical leaders. What are we looking for? Non-Indian nurses will stay 2 years in India. Why? Because global employability. They'll be moving out because our country doesn't even employ them. We don't even have a standardized salary. There's a huge variation of salary in India if you are not a government employee. So obviously our students, the younger generation, everyone is looking as just flying out. They are not coming to study to fly into India. They are coming out, they are flying out. So how do we look at their global employability? How do you push them? How do you give that topping in the, suppose you in an ice cream, you want nuts on the top, and those are the flavory things that we are looking at. So how do you look at that employability? When 10 people are on interview, how do I get selected as one, that number one? And that's important for us to look at intellectual stimulation and also individualized support, because every individual has different pathways. None of us are similar how we want to go about. So we need to look at where are the strengths of the next generation, and then how do we leverage them. And that is where we are looking at work on the strength, not on the weaknesses. So working on the strength for the global visibility is what we are going to look at. So individual mentoring is important for any sort of, when you look at a graduate or a young faculty whom you want to mentor and bring up to much more than what we are. So a transform leader will not say that everybody has to be, like me and under me. No, they must be much better than us. We should be, as teachers, very happy to see our students' growth. We should be very happy that someone has gone above me, and this is the power that each one of us have to raise someone, and we should feel proud. And but in our profession, most of the time, what's happening is we are so jealous about others, and that is the place we are not able to see someone's growth. But we should be happy to see someone's growth, and we should be part of the journey, and that is where a transformed leader need to look at. So, can I have the next slide? Yeah. So, transform nursing, in this is a very brief thing that is very expected out of us. So, a nurse leader builds a positive work environment. For me, till the work environment is good, I don't think any one of us can think beyond the box. Today, if you say the highest achieved faculty is utilizing only 50% of their capabilities, so how do you make them use at least 70% is my target. So as a leader, I'm going to look at everybody uses, because you will find in any institution, you will find people who works day and night. There will be people who comes at 8 o'clock, 4 o'clock, disappear. And there are many things. There are many things in every individual, but how do you utilize them best? And that's a strategy a leader is going to look at. So we are using maximum only 50%. So how we go at least 70% is my next target, to see how the work environment is inducive for us to work. So that means it has many things. As a leader, in our 10 fingers, we have 10 things to look at how you can make a worker or a employee very happy, and then you can get the highest product out of it for the institution. So all of us need to take decision, because for me, as a nurse, not as a nurse but as a child, by the time I was 6 years old, I decided to study in a convent school. I told my dad, I'm not going to study in your government school, and I'm not going to study, the local medium school. I said, no, I'm going to study English. And this is what I decided when I was 6 years old. And I left my home when I was 6 years old, and I went to a convent school. You can imagine, I don't even know how to take bath. I don't know how to press my clothes, but I still went. I said, I'm going ahead with it. And game was all that I wish in my life. And unfortunately, I fell into nursing, and where the game has been totally, except for my lesser activities. Otherwise, my dream to become a sports star has disappeared. But in certain we need to take certain decisions. Having put me into nursing, what can I do is what I look at. How, like, it's like you go to the sea, and if you do not know swimming, you will get drowned and die. So for me is, if you put yourself into the sea, you should bring fish and not get drowned and die. And that is the principle that I follow. So you need to have a correct decision taken for yourself. When you take a correct decision for yourself, being very decisive is something that you can actually transform your mentees decisiveness. They'll also be able to take certain decisions in life. Okay, so in life, nobody works together. We all came alone, and we all will be going alone. So one must think where I'm traveling, and that's very important for us. So every journey, the mentee needs to understand, how am I going to walk. Okay, but we today we look at who all are going to support me. I said, I don't care, because you need, if you have a dream, if you have a strong goal, you'll walk alone also. There's no harm, but on the way you'll have lots of people following you, because they love your dream, they love your vision, and that is what we are going to look at. So in the current times, people are very aware about, the ethics and things like that. So we need to be evidence based when we work, especially in the clinical areas. We are very accountable, because every life is in our hand. We are taking the lives of every patient in our hands. So we need to be very ethical. We need to follow certain standards which is set by the institute, as well as the human standards that we need to follow. So as nurses, we need to be very kind, because we need to help people heal, and not have any unethical practices. So improves patient outcomes, and also the safety, and also encourages team collaboration. For me, as an interprofessional institute, where I work as a director of the FEMA Regional Institute, there are 10, FEMA Regional institutions across the globe. And in that, India has four of it: one in CMCL, Ludhiana, one in Mumbai, one in Coimbatore, and one in Manipal. Now, as a nurse, people raise their eyebrows sometimes. So why a nurse is heading a FEMA Regional Institute, and where 80% of the fellows who are doing fellowship are doctors. But for me, it's not about the profession. It is about the ability of an individual. So I do not pay attention to what people, even if they raise their eyebrows. I'm not quite concerned about it. It's the ability. It's the ability to work with, is the ability to learn from, and is the ability to learn about each other. If they are a doctor, they will do perform their job. If I'm a nurse, I will perform my job. But all of us need to understand, we need to work together. We need to understand our roles and responsibilities, and then we know each other. Once we know each other, it's very easy to work, because our goals and objectives are slightly different. Every profession has its own flavor. So we need to be standing out as a proudness and work. There is lots and lots, and nurse teaches everybody. And that humility we need to carry forward. Next slide. Yeah, so when we look at transformational versus traditional leader, so we have seen across at least more than 3 decades of my nursing, I have seen so many leaders. There were so many people I admire. There were so many people even out of nursing whom I have as a mentor. They inspire me a lot in different paths. So I take it. I always take good things from my teachers, my people who have been not even a teacher. There are mentors. For example, I take Mother Teresa as one of my role model. If you have to be a nice human, because her only normal daughter was my batchmate. So I had the privilege of visiting her institute, where she had deaf and dumb and blind children. It was just behind my hostel, so just finished. Every weekend we used to do social work, wash their clothes, give them bath, and clean up everything. That humbled me. So for me, when I look at nursing practice, I look at, oh, if they could sacrifice their entire life for the people, downtrodden people, children who are thrown in the drains, I think we have got something to do with it. We are all luxury lovers, I understand. All of us like luxury. But end of the day, some percentage of our life energies, I think we need to spend for people who deserves as well. Okay, so these are the humility that we need to learn in our life, and look at what we can give to the society. What we can give back to the society. We are only that all the time we are back of taking it back to us. But I think what we can give is what we need to look at as transformational leaders. So they are people oriented or people centered, and they're change oriented. We always want to have change is only constant. Nothing is constant. Only change is constant. So those leaders are known as transformational leaders, whereas traditional are very task focused, hierarchical. I'm the boss, you have to obey me. These are the kind of thinking we have. And also I have to complete my job. Many a time people say that at the end of the day I have to complete my job. For me, it's not about only completing the job, but how well did I do, what positive impact it had on the people with I'm dealing with, either the faculty or either the patients or either the community. This is what we are going to look at as a transformational leaders. So next slide, please. So all of us need to make, our river of life. All of us, you can do that. ChatGPT gives you a very good platform to do this, but you need to understand. But the command that you give is very important. We do a lot of AI workshops and how to make your life much more easier, your teaching easier, your learning easier, and how you get connected easier. So a lot more is life is easier when you use that. Please make your river of life. You can draw. It's like when we're kids, we do a lot of crayon things and draw, paint, and so many things. So please look at your. It's all of us need to look back, go back. Maybe some of us have to go back 50 years, some of us with 30 years, some of 20 years, some of us have to go 18 years. Look at your river of life and what is that you want to see at the end of your river. Okay, where you join the sea. So you need to. So for me, I grew up as a girl who always is on the ground. I never was with the books. My studying is over while I'm in the classroom. That's it. I was always in the football ground, and my dad used to worry what will happen to this little girl when she grows up because I won't listen to anyone either. My dream was to become a sports star. But I fell into nursing. But I said, I'm not going to leave nursing. Even if you put in nursing, I will do my best. That's what I looked at. So all the way, I have done a lot of things for the society for which I was given an award by the government of India. And that's real pride and privilege that I had. But I'm humble, so I start working for dementia. So I see people who does not, you know, can't think and can't execute themselves. And those something which I love are those elderly because for they're helpless. And none of us are getting younger. All of you have to remember. Every day we are getting older. Tomorrow, what will be my status? We must think. There is always a saying, you give a hand and you get a hand. Unless you give a hand, you'll never get a hand. So, whatever belief system you have, I think we need to give back to people who cannot afford to live such a dignified life. And that's where I looked at. So, I still have a lots of dream and I have lots to do. And yeah, this is where I look at. Okay, please, all of you, in your personal time, please draw your river of life, and that's very important. And from where now you are, where you want to go, and that is what you need to dream, and that's the vision you need to set. So next slide, please. So transformed self, so you need to have a strong vision. So I just kept a vision statement here. Okay, that is to be a nurse with a difference, then one who goes beyond care to create impact, healing with compassion, leading with courage, innovating with purpose, and transforming every patient experience with dignity, hope, and lasting change. Okay, so my slide is being changed. Yeah, just click once. Yeah, click once. Change the slide. Yeah. Yes, one more time. Yes, so self exercise. So please, all of you, draw your visionary leadership activities. Now, I have given you vision here. So take this as an example. If you want to leave this kind of visionary statements for yourself, then what activities can fit in is what I'm going to look at. So this is my task for you all, given task for you all to please make your visionary leadership activities what you want to be. And that's important. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. So let's see in the current time. So I think you'll have to go a little more faster so that I can, yeah, go to the next slide. Let's see in the current times, because we need to see our thinking style. Okay, it's very interesting, because I'm very curious. For age is just a number to me, and I mingle with lots of students, and it's very nice when you live with the younger ones. You feel younger as well. Of course, cells may die, but it's okay if my mindset is young. It's fine for me. So thinking style today, if you look at, so the millennials and the Gen Zs. Okay, if you look at the Gen Z's nurses, okay, they are full of purpose and they are totally flexible. Whereas the millennial nurses seek purpose with stability. We all the time we are thinking stability, stability. That is why even when you have to marry someone, you look at whether this guy has a job, this guy has a property, this guy has a proper house. We see so many things. But today's generation don't even look at that, because their purpose in life is very different and they are very flexible. And they are not even committed to many things. But in our generation, commitment is one thing. Like we say in India, marriage is lifetime, not part time, right? So we think for stability a lot, but today things are changing. So the same Gen Zs are with us. Yeah, please click. Yeah, I have put some animation. You can click the next also and keep for me. Yeah, so you look at, yeah, keep there, keep there, keep going. So yeah, fine. Keep hold on for one moment there, okay? So the Gen Zs are very flexible, okay? They are very flexible in their schedules. So when the pandemic hit and we said we are going online and we are going work from home, they're very happy. But we have problem. The millennials and the X group had problem, all right? So they look at work life integration a lot and also mental health. For them, their peace is very important. For us, as millennials, we sacrifice everything. Our pathways are very different. We are very career oriented people and also recognition oriented. If somebody praises us only, we will be. Whereas Gen Zs are not even bothered. They'll say, "So what?" And that is the sentence they use very frequently. So we are more comfortable working within the system to improve them, whereas they are very focused to their mental health. And also they look at, the questions, they question system very easily, why this is there, why that is there. That's why we find the Gen Z's, we tell them these people don't even bother, they ask on our face, they ask you on the face. So now it's time that we also answer them on the face, but with evidences and with the professionalism that we need to deal with. So when we have Gen Z plus millennials, we need harmony in the workplace. So today, students grumble a lot that these teachers are outdated. And then we teachers say these people are not obeying us. So where do we look at for harmony is what we are looking at. So we need to have a shared purpose. So that means we are different. We have different paths, but can we work together and give the best to our patients? Yes, we're going to call leadership models to be used. You can't tell that you listen to me every time. No, those days are gone. So then how do we share our leadership? And that's very important, where we give them things to decide, yet look for accountability within that link of Gen Z's and the millennials. Okay, and also feedback. See how many of us are ready to take feedback on the face. If a student says that your class was hopeless, do we take it? Do we take it in the right sense? I should reflect and see whether my class was hopeless. If it was hopeless, how I can make it beautiful and hopeful. And that is what we need to look at. So there is a change material that within each one of us we need to think. There is something we need to change. We can't be 16th century teachers still. So we need to adapt to the new changes. We need to adapt to the new technologies. We need to adapt and see. We must pinch and feel what is happening in their mind. Then only we'll be able to make a change in us, in ourselves. So mutual mentorship culture should be there. It's not that I'm teacher and you listen to me. No. Today I listen to most of my younger ones. I said, what do you want to do? Even when I want to conduct workshop, I just simply don't conduct a workshop because I conduct a workshop. All of you listen to me, do what I do. I asked, what do you want to do? With yourself. So I made them sit on the ground. I said, oh, it's okay. They're very happy to sit on the ground. We think we are happy to sit on the sofa. No, they're happy to sit on the ground. I give them material. I say, work on. However best you want to bring, you bring. So there can be a lot of mutual shared mentorship and responsibilities and accountability. This works very well. So please look at what they are feeling through. Please look at how they want to do. There is a very different approach. So sometimes those things are nice. I can actually relax, but I can't just sit and relax. I have to see what's going on and then how I can leverage. Because as a teacher, as a leader, you can't be sitting and watching. You observe, but you need to reflect and see what best is brought out from that situation. Okay, and that is where we look at as leaders. Then student will look upon us. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Yes, madam, I've changed it.
Can I have the next slide? Hello?
Madam, I have changed the slides.
I can't see. Oh yeah, no, it's come. It's come. Sorry. Thank you. So if you look at Gen Z's nurses versus the millennials, okay, looking at the how they, sorry, it has gone beyond one slide before. Yeah. So because there are so much of differences, because the Gen Z's are, they prioritize their flexibility and their rapid changes. They change, but we are system oriented. Okay, so if we suddenly change, the older generation has a problem because stability feeling will be there. But to the unstable change, the Gen Z's will adapt very fast, and that is where the growth is happening today. So dual pathway leadership is important. So don't think for only one way, but dual pathway where fast innovation tracks and also structured career growth. So maybe the Gen Zs are not very focused on what they want to become in the days to come. They just chill sometimes. Okay, so we need to understand when it's a dual pathway, we also look at fast innovation tracks that's happening, and at the same time, what you can become from the millennial way of thinking. You can merge both of them, and also agile, active within systems. So rapid, rapid pigs will or pilots will already be there. So we need to follow certain standards and protocols. Sometimes the activities don't just use process, but it's vital for, because if you not have a system, if you have a standard process for any organization, we will be deviating from the main goal. So to have that in place, we need to have structured protocols, structured pathways so that people follow. Okay, flexible work models. Now if people come at 8 o'clock and go at 4 o'clock, but in between, many things happen. They may not be even doing the organizational work. They might be doing even their personal work. But how do you look at, so whether time bound or say time bound or productivity bound, we need to see which where do we bind ourselves. So we need, the leaders must assess this. Some sort of, I'm not saying everything to be flexible, because nursing has its own timing, duty timing, and clinical. So since there is clinical, we need to be accountable. Say if my duty is 7:30, I need to be there at least 5 minutes ahead of time, because we need to brief all that is required, right? So this is a certain system that is required, flexible model. But where is the flexibility? That's important for us. Suppose you have a research team, and the research team wants to work late at night, so there should be some sort of flexibility where facility can be utilized maybe when the students are not there. So look at that, and the leaders should be able to look at the flexible time and the variability in these schedules. And also blended learning. Now we can't be only one mode, so blended learning to make our life easier, understanding better as well. And also mentorship, that is double way, okay? Reverse mentoring. Now I asked my younger generation, I said, I don't know many things technologically. I said, come on, show me how to do, okay? But next I need to learn. I cannot tell every time, show me every time. So we need to learn. So Gen Zs and the previous generation need to understand, adapt. So learn something from them, give them back also Azure. So design systems that are enough to Gen Zs and also enough to the millennials. So every age group you can match up. That is why sometimes students says, oh, there is huge gap. Today we say there is a gap in the academics and gap in the clinical. Why? Because we have not adapted. That's a problem. So if we adapt all these changes, nothing would happen, because year on year, my graduates are only going to the clinical, right? So they should adapt. So when these two harmoniously work, it's always possible. Yeah. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. So transforming academic teaching and learning spaces. So in the learning space, we have 100 students, 150, now 200. I know so many students. I know it's very hard. It's not easy as well. But why I'm saying not easy is because you need a lot of energy. If energy is there, there's no problem at all. If the teacher is highly energetic, if the students are highly energetic, there is no problem at all in the system. So we need to understand a little bit of flexibility in the workspace. See, first time when I was asked to do academic planning for our Bangalore campus here in Manipal, they said liberal arts. I am from science and I am asked to prepare liberal arts academic planning for the entire organization. For a few days I thought so. My God, they have put one big, thing on my head that I cannot move around. So I said I took it as a challenge. I said I'll do it because for me, any new learning is an opportunity. Now I know what academic planning is like. Even though I'm from science, I did liberal arts planning. So I studied top 10 universities in the world. So while searching for the universities, I saw one university which is known as UWS, that is University of West of Scotland. And while searching, they don't have a formal classroom. I was shocked because here we have classroom one, classroom two, this one's classroom, this subject classroom, and then students sit like a tunnel and listen to us. They do not have that. So theirs is something like a cafe, where teacher and students sit on the table, have a cup of coffee, and there's the kind mentor-mentee relation. So I was really shocked. Then when I visited Harvard again, I saw these are the concepts. Like we have the coffee table, coffee round, and then we have discussions. It's not like you have a formal class. So I was shocked. And these are the things that gave me an insight into how academic system happens in the West. And second thing is that while searching for that, I was looking at it. Then I found somebody who is working for dementia. I was very interested. I wrote to that person and we applied for a grant and I got the grant. I received a grant. So this is how I really do not know them. But I just through one email I got to do that. So we don't have to restrict ourselves into only the atmosphere that we are sitting and working with. We need to look at, think, search, and we need to leverage. Okay. If we don't get also it's okay. So what? We keep trying. Okay, we keep trying new things, we keep trying. You get connected, you get connected. So your plethora of thinking actually becomes something very unique, and that's where we are looking at. Okay, so we need to be a person with a purpose. We need to voice out. Please do not shut the voice of the youth, because they are the change makers. They are the change maker. In India, if you look at, we are lakhs and lakhs of nurses, but where is our voice? We are voiceless. We are so scared. If I open my mouth, what will happen? We think, what will happen? So what? The younger generation thinks that way. And that is what we need not start the voice, we need to have the voices. Voices students, voices human beings, voices. And that's on something somewhere in India, maybe in the speak, feedback. Now are ready to take in the open feedback. Many of us work like this. If I had told, ma'am, your class was not so great. Yeah, I would have told, but some, ma'am, class was good, but actually, and then we turn around, okay? So we as Indians are not able to take feedback directly. So if class is not good, not good. So how do I improve next? I should look at next, how do I improve? And that's what we as a true teachers need to look at as a transform teacher. Okay, if this was not working, okay, let me do next time something very different. So we need to understand, acknowledge what's happening. So because we are teacher, we have the power, we cannot execute today. So when we say management, there are two things in management. So it is your the power that you have in your hand. So the power that you take, okay, and the responsibility and authority should go hand in hand. If you have only authority, it will not work. If you have only responsibility, you'll get tired and you'll stop. So we need to have authority as well as you need to also have responsibility. So how do we take in our hands responsibility by the younger generation as well as by us? This we need to share, and that's where we look at well-being. So we need the psychological safety in the workplace and also support in the workplace. When you have psychological safety, people will open up. If people get scared of me, then how they will tell me everything, right? If you don't know everything what's happening, you will not be able to function as a leader. So you must be open-minded, but keep in mind your integrity and also the confidentiality when you discuss anything with any of your students, and run a long way. Okay, so next slide please. Next slide. So can I have the next slide please?
Ma'am, I'll change the next slide.
Hello.
Ma'am, I
Oh
have
yeah,
already
thank
changed it.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So please have a vision, okay, to create a health environment where empowered nurses deliver purpose-driven, transformative care that elevates patient outcomes and also system excellence. So you can change to the next slide by the time I speak, okay. When you have a vision statement like this, okay, so we need to understand how the empowered nurses, how do we connect with our purpose, and also how do we elevate, okay. So why I'm saying this, why we need to be a transformational leader is, see, the primary customer in the academic is the students. Without student, teachers don't exist. But when you go to the hospital, the primary customer here is the patient. The student becomes secondary here, okay. So all of us need to understand, without patient, no one exists. Neither the student, nor the teacher, nor the doctors, nor anybody. So we need to understand our primary customer. Primary customer is a management word that is used when you say customer and we don't feel good, we say patient and we are very happy. But we need to understand our primary customers and their expectations. And that is what, based on the expectation, we need to set our vision statement. So we need to follow. When you have a vision statement, you have also your values. So any organizational values, we actually what we see, we put so many values, but are we really measured on the values set by the organization? And that we, all of us, seriously need to think. No organizations are actually measuring the performance of the employees based on the values set by the organization. This is what I'm seeing, from my observation. We need to be measured on the values, then everyone will comply on it, okay. And that's why. So next slide, please. Yeah, so what we do as leaders, so we need to link care, because we need to have a positive patient outcomes. Give nurses voice and decision to make power to make decisions. Because if you see any hospital, see, you built, okay, for example, if your organization builds a new hospital, do you add a nurse in the decision making process? Many do not. But a nurse knows very well how an ICU should be set up, and how an OPD should be, how an operation theater to be, because they are the one people working throughout there. So they know what is the most comfortable position, place, and placement. So a nurse has to be always in the team of the decision makers. Many a time they build a building and say, set up your ICU. By then you don't know where, how to change. That's why demolition takes place, the renovation takes place every now and then. But before we build itself, during the decision making, if a nurse is involved, I think you get the best hospital or the best nursing institute that you look at. But many times we are given ready-made building, go there and function, and then we try to do, mend up many things. We do all jugars, and then we try to do something. Okay, so we nurses need to be given power to decide, and also turn problems. Okay, quick quality improvement questions to be asked and actions to be taken. Quick, small actions to be taken, so that we do not deviate from the normal. Coach continuously, not annually. So we think that we mentor once, I told you last year, it doesn't work. So we have to continuously monitor the person's growth, and that is where we find success story much earlier than before. So protect well-being as priority. So all of us, if we feel safe in the organization only, we will stay. Like for example, I work for Manipal last 26 years. I'm Manipal. It's not that I didn't get a job. I have got two offer from central government. I did not go. What happened was, now after working for 2.5 decades, again going to another system and trying to adjust to a setup could be very difficult, challenging for me more than I'm very comfortable. Not only that, when you work in an institution where you are top one in the country, you feel so good. It's not about money that all people look at. We look at many other flavors in life. Plus, maybe because I'm so comfortable to the place, because I have established myself. Now again, go to a new place, you establish yourself again in your 50s, it's going to be hard. Life is going to be harder than the money. So I don't look at always money. I look at how best you can contribute and how best you can connect to people. And that's my objective life. So I am not for money altogether. So of course money is needed. Without money, nothing works in life. Money speaks for everything. Though we say money is not everything, money will speak for every single thing. Okay. So we need to understand priority is your well-being. Well-being is your priority. Next slide, please. So I'm very proud to say that recently Nepal has appointed a nurse as their health minister. I'm very proud. But our 1.7 billion people have not thought today, not ever even thought for a nurse. If you see the workforce in India, nurses are the highest workforce. If one nurse stands there, everybody gives word, no, the nurse will win. But today, do we have anybody on the top to make a decision? Not only nurse as an inclusive leader, but nurse as a decision maker, so that you can change the face of healthcare. And that is what Nepal, a small country, has taken this step. And they have removed the VIP culture. Here, everything is VIP culture. Everything gets, other things get all stranded. But do we want to change system? I think the Gen Zs will definitely take this forward. And I wish at least one nurse comes up on the top as a leader and make decision. And that is where I dream. And people need to do this. People need to do this. We need to leverage. It's not that nurses cannot do anything. Nurses can do many things. So they are boundary spanners. Okay, they break silos. We don't work single. We work together. Integrate academia, clinical practice, and what you can impact onto the society. We are looking at. They are policy entrepreneurs. So shape and influence national health and also the educational system. Look at the policies. If India has made certain policies, what I can change in nursing to adapt to the changes. That's what we're looking at. And we also need to be strategic advisors. So drive high impact decisions at government and also the institutional level. So we need to be that kind of strategic advisor. That means we need to think a lot, think out of the box. Then only you can become strategic. And also quality champions. So do we keep quality champions? Many of us, you see, in the atmosphere of NABH, we have hundreds of nurses as even lead auditors and lead trainers. Now where do we shine? Who takes the main lead? Who heads there? We need to think. So nurses and doctors are the people who are doing this accreditation in the hospitals. So where can we nurses come together? Can we nurses come together? Not just going as a member in then for us to. And also innovation catalyst, we need to be very innovative. See, when people say copyright patent and make a trademark, we can. I have tried, and my students are, left and right signing. Recently, my one student was given a gold medal. He won 1.5 lakh rupees award with his actual goal he has received because of his innovation in nursing. Here we have worked with technical experts. We won the game. And it is all possible. The young minds can do anything. The young minds are the younger generation are very techno friendly. So if we give a problem, they turn down into opportunity, and that is what a leader should be. So every problem has an opportunity to innovate, and that is where we need to take. So system integrators, so ensure seamless coordination between education and also the service and the entire community, because today government has given 7 SDGs. So where will I fit in? What am I going to do? We need to have a goal. We need to have a goal. Which are those we're working ahead? Okay. So can you change me to the next slide? Manoj, next slide. Yeah, thank you. So what must I hold on to now? What must, as a leader, I should hold on to? I should be vision driven. Okay. See beyond the routine care. See beyond what is routine. Empowering, that is building autonomy in nurses. Autonomy. We are just giving instructions, but we need to set autonomy and also adapt, that is respond to changes very quickly. If tsunami have to make our changes, right? Today, if yesterday I was so shocked to see there was an earthquake in Japan just a couple of days ago, and what surfaced on the internet was, one of the hospital was completely flooded, and the patients' beds were floating in the water. I think it shocked me, but it's all possible because they are adapted to the adapted for the worst that happens due to earthquakes, tsunamis, and things like. So their patients are on the bed. Patient's bed is floating, like how you go and do boating in the sea. They are floating in the water. Patients are safe. Like it gave me a big blow on my mind, and that's amazing. Now we have to think. Tomorrow, if fire happens, like many of our patients die in India, and if one tsunami happens, we take 3 decades to recover. We still didn't recover. How do you adapt to the changes? How do you adapt to the disasters? How do you adapt to the need-based changes that's happening in the country? We need to look ahead or globally. Emotionally intelligent. Today, IQ is not everything. Yes, IQ is needed, but EQ is serving us more because we can connect with people more, and we are better leaders with a high EQ, and also social question. Okay, so we need to be socially adapted as well. So successful people are not the first rank holders in the class. I tell you very truly, from my observation, last 2.5 decades, I have seen my first rank holder gold medalist sitting in the house, but I see my fellow who has flung in all the subjects and wrote exam after exam, they are doing something better in life. The only one reason why, because it's I observe as well, and I ask what makes you successful, because they have learned life skill, not only book skill. So we need not make the younger generation as bookworms, but we need to make them think differently. And that is what success in life is. Everybody has different definition about success in life. My success may be if I have a beautiful, the best car in the world is my success. Could be. But how the success is being defined by individuals, we need to acknowledge that. And also ethical and purpose led, and we need to work in collab. If you want to succeed, we have to work with people of different professions, and that's only we'll be able to open our mind and know everything. When people have a conversation, I'll fit into the, otherwise I'll be just a nurse put on one side of the corner of the room, and I will not know what's happening. So we need to be all rounder. So in for that, we need to be having collaborative in nature. Okay, always we need to think, we should be able to start the conversation, and that's the guts we need to take in our life. Yeah, next slide please. Yeah, so what strategies can I adopt? So micro change leadership, like small changes that you need to take, and then rapid quality improvement cycles you need to do. Deming has given us a beautiful cycle of PDC, and in management we learn, even in nursing management we learn, that has come from MB program which I studied in depth. So you need to have a rapid cycles to see how it acts on your organization. So you must learn this and see it, because you see observation, you will be able to assess, you'll be able to repeat the cycle, because in PDS cycle no end. Plan, do, check and act. So it's plan, do, check and act. So every now and a quick assessment to be done, so that you know everything is falling in place, and what next is what we need to look at. So we also need to give psychological safety to people we work with as leaders, and also place that as priority. We need to do that. So recently I was seeing, because I see young faculty just married and having a small kid. See, when a woman has a small kid, and they also work life balance is a big tragedy. So what our institution has done is they have made a very beautiful daycare center just outside the institution, so their kids can be in the kids center, and the parents are working, so they have the comfortability. Okay, my kid is taken care of well. You can go during the break and see them also. This is how the priority of in the mothers, the emotional state when they have a small kid can be actually stabilized. So they work harmoniously, and it's very close by. In 2 minutes you could see your kid. In 5 minutes you could feed and come back as well. So these are things which organizations, I think, hereafter need to look, because women are also equally, the job opportunities are equal, leaderships are almost becoming equal, and that's where we need to prioritize. Okay, so co-creation with nurses, it means policies with nurses, not for nurses. Many a time we make policy for nurses, now policy with nurses. So we need to make policies as agreed upon by the nurses. So we need to see what most comfortable it is for us, for the safety of the patient as well. So well-being as a system strategy, and also digital and techno integration. So today AI is taking over complete our intellectual learning, and also the care pathways. So I think we need to get, it's not difficult, it's only adaptation. So I think all of us just need to learn, tickle and learn from it. It makes our life much easier. And also interprofessional leadership, that means as nurse leaders, don't stay alone with nursing, always collaborate with your counterparts, maybe the medical team, maybe the allied team, maybe the management team, maybe the other healthcare members in the atmosphere. So I think that leadership, not only that, we need to have also relationship with the government health team, because tomorrow if you have go to community, you need their help. So if you know each other, life become much easier, and the process of permission gets a lot easier. And that's why we need to be rapid, empathetic, data driven, and also set your priorities. Yeah, next slide please. Yeah, so some strategies I just put up here. So domain and the primary goal and the leadership lever means where the whole crux of the the um, wheel works on. Okay, so in academy you are learning transformation as a primary goal, and leadership lever is curriculum and faculty. So curriculum has to be seen. Indian Nursing Council keeps changing the curriculum. The curriculum is very elaborate. We have so many things even that are redundant. So see what are redundant, what can be self-learned, what are those must learn, what are those nice to know area. Nice to know area will give you innovation. Must know area will give you capacity to learn what must be done so that safety is being measured. Okay. And also we look at clinical care quality is the goal, and also teams and the system, because we cannot work in isolation. We have to work together. No silo business. Okay. And also public health, equity and outcomes. So I just kept a picture out there. Okay. When you say equity, we speak so much about equity, so much about equity. But when you say quality or equality means there are three siblings, okay, elder son, second, and the third boy. Okay, you can see equality means all gets one block. They're watching cricket. The small one, when you say equality, the small one can't see. But when we say equity, this small boy is given another one more block so that he could increase the height and see the game, right? So that is equity. So now, when I come back to the healthcare arena, when I say equity means, see, there are many, see, if a person is diagnosed with dangerous disease, you need minimum 50, 60 to 1 crore rupees when the entire treatment process is over. That too, especially in Bangalore, like place, it's very expensive, right? Now, when I don't have Ayushman Bharat coverage for me, what will I do? If I don't have Medicare, what do I do? You have to sell your land, right? To take 1% treatment, people sell their house, people sell their land. Is that worth? Now, government talks so much about equity, how those equity are translated into various schemes that are available to the people. So, nurses need to understand this and play a mediator role in the community so that people access to healthcare. People access. So, to poor people sell their land and take, then they are on the roadside. And how we can say that our country is progressing? We can't think of that. So there should be policy in the community. Okay, policy and the community involvement is important. We are like mediators, we are like their mentors. So we need to understand what are those schemes which people can take, what are those things they can utilize so that the well-being of the people are being served. So little bit of maybe Ayushman Bharat, there is a limited amount to take. Maybe he has Medicare also. He has some other scheme. Maybe health insurance he was registered. So these are certain things that helps us, health equity to be a reality in India. So those when you say equity, there's a difference than equality. Okay. So next slide, please. So transformational leader must, okay, they must be visionary. We must be courageous. Don't get scared when you take a decision. So what? If I succeed, also is fine, good. If I don't succeed, also is a lesson for me next what to do. So a person who has failed actually will have strategies. If you never fail, you never have strategies. So we must fail sometimes purposely so that we know how painful it is and take a new step. And that's very important. So how you get up from the fall is important. Okay, how you fall is not important, how you get up from the fall is important as leaders. So you must be driving academics and advancing clinical excellence and also shaping public health. We all need to give back to our people, we need to give back to the society. So they must innovate, influence, advocate, and transform with compassion and conviction. We must be ready for the change. Okay, and so they must not just work within the system, they must lead and redefine the future. So we have lots to do, we have lots to do in nursing. We are just quite behind, and we need to grow a lot. Yeah, next slide, please. And that's my last. So please, all of you, make your make your dream transformational path. We are saying this. I will take few questions if yeah. So thank you, Manoj. I think Manoj, you were handling my slide, right? Thank you so much for the help, and so kind of you to tolerate with me with all the problems that I faced. Thank you so
It's
much.
perfectly
I'm
fine,
ready
ma'am.
to
It's
take few
okay.
questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the excellent session and the information that you have shared. I'm sure this will inculcate a lot of values in our nurses here. So, as you said, we'll take up some questions. Those who want to ask question directly to ma'am, please raise your hand and we'll unmute you. Nia, you have a question? Please ask your question now. Nia, you have a question? Please unmute. Okay, I don't see the unmute. All right. I don't see there are any questions, ma'am. We can go ahead with the next part. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sneha, for the invitation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would like to express a heartfelt thanks to our respected speaker, Dr. Elsa Sanatomi Devi Madam, for such an insightful and informative session. Your valuable knowledge and guidance have truly enriched us. Thank you, ma'am, for taking the time to share your expertise with us. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for that highly informative and insightful session. So now we will move on to a short interactive session for clarification of doubts. I kindly request all the participants, if you have any questions or need further classification regarding the topics ever covered in the session 1, please feel free to raise your queries. You may either type your question in the chat box or you use the raise hand option, and we will allow you to unmute, pause for a few seconds, active participation. No question is too small when it comes to learning. So if anybody is having any doubts regarding the first session, you can raise your hand and we will be unmuting you for clarifying that. Ma'am, I hope you are there. In the chat box, there was a question. So how to find a reputed and UGC care list journals?
Too new.
From Professor Ajasul Hassan.
I think she left it. She left the meeting there. She left the meeting.
Elsa ma'am, are you there?
She has left the meeting.
Okay, fine. We'll note it and we'll let you know, Professor Ajasul Hassan. So without any delay, we are moving down to the next session. Sorry for the interruption in between. Thank you.
Bless you, ma'am. Unmute.
Dinesh sir, you are on mute. Dinesh sir, you are on mute.
Dinesh sir, you are on mute.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So now we move forward to session 2, which focuses on transformational leadership in nursing, strategies for effective administration and quality healthcare, a topic that highlights the importance of leadership in enhancing healthcare outcomes and professional excellence. To coordinate and introduce this session, it is my pleasure to invite Ms. Blessy Mole, Assistant Professor, Department of Obstetrics and Gynecological Nursing, SV College of Nursing, Bangalore. Ma'am is a dedicated educator and passionate professional known for her commitment to academic excellence and her valuable contributions to nursing education. I now request you, ma'am, to kindly take over the session. Thank you.
A warm good morning to all participants on this virtual platform. It is my profound honor to introduce a distinguished leader in nursing education and healthcare, Dr. Binu Matthew, Professor cum Principal College of Nursing, AIMS, Raipur. Madam brings over 30 years of exemplary experience in clinical practice, nursing education, and healthcare administration, making her one of the respected academic leader in the field. She holds a PhD in nursing, along with postgraduate in the graduate qualifications in nursing, masters in sociology, and in further studies in simulation, research, and biostatistics. At the national level, she serves as a core committee member of Nursing Excellence Standard under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and as a lead trainer for the Rashtriya Karmayogi Program 2025. She is also a master's and trainer in simulations and global health capacity building, including COVID preparedness initiative. Her academic leadership extends globally through collaboration with Johns Hopkins University, USA, leadership in National Conference on Digital Healthcare Involvement in AIMS Raipur under MOHFW, and participation in international platform across the USA, Canada, Australia, and South Korea with recognition including ICQC Award. An accomplished academician and researcher, she has guided extensive UG and PG research and has publications in reputed Scopus and Web of Science intensive journals. Her excellence has been recognized with multiple awards, including the Maharashtra Mandala Award for Academic Excellence, Best Teacher Award, and Best Team Award, ICQC Mumbai. So Dr. Binu Matthew's journey reflects knowledge, leadership, global vision, and lifelong commitment to nursing excellence. So we are delighted and honored to have her with us today. May I respectfully invite Dr. Binu Matthew in this virtual platform to deliver her esteemed address. Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning to all. Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
I will share the slide. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it moving?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So a very good morning to all the dignitaries, Elsa ma'am who have left, the nursing professionals and all the dear students who have joined. We could meet in person, but because of some issues, we are meeting virtually. So on behalf of AIMS Raipur, I'm thankful to the management of Little Flower and SV College of Nursing, Bangalore. And special thanks to Principal Dr. Sneha Praveen ma'am. So let's start the presentation without further delay. So the topic given to me is innovative methods in research and evidence-based practices in nursing. So a great topic, yes, but a very complex one. We all know that we all like innovations, don't we all? Yes, because same things makes us bored. We need innovation. So similarly, research also, innovation is needed. Why? Because of increased engagement, deeper insight, accessibility, and real-time data. So you can see in this slide, what is happening? Look at the slide. So now the problem has changed. The landscape of the needs of the people have changed. So a changing landscape is there of the global health needs, which you can see in 17.9 million in 2019. So cardiovascular disease is there, diabetes is there, infectious disease, 10 million you can see cancer, 25% increment since COVID, about the mental and the psychosocial issues which were happening. And we can see there are changes in environmental health also, which is causing a change in the life of people. And the aging population is also increasing. Along with that, we have the latest trends in healthcare technology. So we have to keep ourselves update about that. So there is VR, AR, artificial intelligence, EHR, interoperability, telemedicine, remote patient monitoring, predictive analysis, analytics, IOMT, 3D printing, and nowadays we have robotics for surgical procedures, symptom checker, chatbots, precision medicine, genomics, health trackers, wearables, blockchain technology, and many more. So why we are starting with this slide? Because now the nursing research is more complex now. Nursing research must be innovative, collaborative, and evidence-driven to address these complex health challenges and build a healthier tomorrow. So we have to have access to all these. We should understand the landscape, changes in the research, the technology, then only we can able to do a better research and build a better tomorrow. The explosion of health data. So you all might agree with me when I say that the data which we are getting, so much data we are getting, health data. So not only one hospital is generating a data, multiple hospitals are generating data. So this data matters a lot. So first thing is volume. There may be thousands of data points on millions of patients. Then variety, big data. So data which we are getting is a big data. You might have heard in AI also, we are using the term big data. So what is the meaning of this big data? The data is so big. So it is characterized into 4 V's: volume, variety, velocity, and veracity. So velocity means the speed is increasing, and variety means it is not only in the form of the text, it can be in the form of images, it can be in the form of biosignals, it can be genetic sequences. So, and the data which we are taking, it should be of very good quality. So the data which is created via modern technologies and AI is happening at an unprecedented scale. So we need scientific and ethical rigor to ensure validity. Novel qualitative methods are needed to uncover key phenomena within large data sets. So what are the innovative research methods? So I will be dealing with the qualitative trends, quantitative trends, and the general trends. So qualitative trends, big data, I have given a preview of that. AI-driven analytics, longitudinal studies, adaptive trial designs, systematic reviews and meta-analysis, implementation science, and complex statistical techniques, which I will be dealing one by one. In qualitative trends, which we will be seeing is digital and virtual ethnography, participatory methods, AI-assisted analysis, and intersectionality. So you might be thinking, what is this intersectionality? So intersectionality is a form of research in which what happens, we are examining the identities like race, class, sexuality, etc. So why it is important? Because we are able to observe the specific needs of the people. Maybe it is marginalized people. So this intersectionality is a trend which is actively used nowadays in qualitative studies. Then general trends, then open science. So what is open science? So the word itself is telling you that it is open. So open science means that we are having a collaborative, transparent movement to make scientific research, data, software, all are open access. You might have seen open access journals are there. So all those things, preprint, where and citizens are also able to participate in the research. So that is open science. Then diversity and inclusion, patient-centered care, and multidisciplinary collaboration. So now let's start with the emerging trends in quantitative research. Are the slides moving? Are the slides moving, ma'am?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay. So in the quantitative research, what first thing I told you is big data analytics. So already we have got an idea what is big data. So it is data, but it is a big in number. As a human being, it is very difficult to go through all that. So we are having AI in research. So we have to use AI in research. There is a need for using innovative methods in research because we need these methods to uncover the key phenomenon within large data sets. So what this much data sets, the AI helps us to find out what are the things or the phenomena where we should focus. Then with the technology, it helps us to identify these volumes of data and we are able to apply it to diagnosis, treatment, and personalized medicine. So you can see the last line, nursing research must evolve to handle big data. So we also, as nursing professionals, we should know, we should update ourselves in AI and innovation. As Madam was also telling, we should go along with generation Gen X and Z and whatever type of generations are there. And we have to be innovative, we have to be ethical, and evidence-based approaches we have to use. So when you see this slide, I think many of you might be thinking, wow, this much, so much thing. What is this big data and analytics? So it is very simple. As I told you, big data is defined by 4 V's: volume of the data, the types of the data, variety of data, the speed of the data daily, it is increasing so much, and veracity of the data. So when the data is generated in huge volumes, especially when we are using these digital technologies and AI, so it is creating opportunity as well as challenges. So to handle this complexity, we need to use AI and machine learning, which helps process the data quickly. So this data which we have got, it has to be processed immediately. So that is machine learning, which helps us to process this data immediately and improve the accuracy. So what is the use of that? So all the terms are related, you see, big data. Then this data is changed into processed very quickly by using AI and machine learning. And then what we will use, the third bullet point you can see, this data is applied in areas like precision medicine. So this information which we have collected from so many data, so many websites, you can use precision medicine. So you might have seen precision. So precision in according to the tailoring to the needs of the person, where multiple data types are used to provide personalized care and in public health for real-time monitoring and decision making. So all these concepts are interconnected. So how big data is generated, analyzed, and applied in nursing research. So for nurses, what is this importance? Because we also can use AI, machine learning, all those to get maximum data, and we can get more scientific based data, which is helped for evidence-based practice. So innovative research methods are no longer optional. They are essential for evidence-based nursing practice. Then the broader healthcare application of big data, first is public health monitoring. So all of you might be having a smartwatch, right? All of you may be involved in 1 or 2 social medias. You will be having travel records and mobile apps for disease surveillance. So this is the public health monitoring. So this is the broader healthcare application of the big data. Then hospital operations. So predictive models for patient inflow, forecasting, and optimized resource management. And it also helps in drug discovery. It analyzes the clinical data and databases to accelerate the development of a new drug. Then it helps in insurance claims and behavior analysis. So this is the broader application. I hope this much is clear to you. Shall I move to the next slide?
Yes, ma'am.
So big data in action. So in a study, you can see how we can put it into action. So in the Journal of American Medical Directors Association, in a study done by Xiao L. Wang, so you can see they developed and externally they validated a machine learning based fall prediction model for nursing home residents. So a prospective cohort study they conducted. So what they were doing, they were finding out a machine learning based fall prediction model. So how many people, the ambulatory nursing home residents, so what is their chance of, they are predicting the falls occurrence within 6 months. So through a binary classification task. So first they developed a machine learning model to predict the fall risk in nursing home residents. Then they used routine clinical and info demographic data for analysis, identify key risk pattern using advanced AI techniques, showed good predictive accuracy with external validation. So this study highlights the role of big data and AI in nursing research, which supports evidence-based decision-making and improving the genetic care outcomes. Now, the second innovative thing is longitudinal studies. You will say, ki, madam, already longitudinal studies are happening. I agree with you. Yes. So I will gradually tell you what is the difference. So key applications of longitudinal study is disease progression studies, medication adherence research, population health research. So because of technology, what is the advantage of for that? We can get high quality data from wearable. So when the patient is going back also, through longitudinal studies, we are able to monitor the patients through the wearable devices and the electronic health records. Participant retentions is a challenge. We have to motivate them, and cost and complexity requires careful planning. So what is the core advantage of longitudinal study? Observe changes over time with high accuracy, establish sequence of event and causal relationships, eliminate recall bias through prospective designs. So as I already told you, longitudinal studies aren't new, but they have become a major innovation in modern research because technology now makes them far more powerful, precise, and practical than before. Longitudinal studies are becoming an important innovation because they allow us to follow patients over time rather than taking a snapshot, right? So earlier what we were doing, we are only taking a snapshot, right? So, but now through wearable devices and through other ways, we are able to get a continuity of data, not only a snapshot. With the help of technologies like EHR, wearable device, now we can collect the data continuously and it has become dynamic. So we can understand how the disease is progressing, how interventions are working out. So this not only strengthens evidence, but also supports predictive and personalized care and makes it highly valuable for evidence-based nursing practice. So this is another example of a longitudinal study. So predicting health outcomes with intensive longitudinal data collected by mobile health devices, a functional principal component regression approach, which was done by Yang. So the objective was they introduced this functional principal component analysis and demonstrate its applicability in finding out how this intensive longitudinal data, which is collected by mobile health devices, we are able to predict the health outcomes. So what was the result? Based on the scalar to function regression model results, there was a slightly increasing trend between daily glucose measures and HbA1c. 61% of variation in HbA1c could be predicted by 3 preceding months' blood glucose values, which were measured before breakfast. So we were able to predict the health outcomes. So this is the advantage of using the what you can say, the electronic health records and the wearable devices, and it is going to give a change and predict the outcomes. Now, first was clear to you all? Yes. For qualitative, it was big data, right? And what was the second? Longitudinal study. Now, third innovation is adaptive trial design. So usually this is used in clinical trial and such type of studies. So in this, what is happening? So adaptive word itself is telling you that you can change the design at any point of time. Yes. So usually what happens in our studies, we are calculating something and we'll follow up with that only. But dynamic modifications are possible based on interim results, such as they will adjust the sample size, they can adjust the dose of the clinical trial drug or the randomization ratios without compromising scientific integrity. Real world example, a trial may begin before multiple drug doses and focus resources on the most effective dose based on early patient response data. So they are able to balance rigor and ethics. So this is the third innovation, adaptive trial designs. Then the fourth is systematic reviews and meta-analysis. So we all know about that, and we all know that systematic reviews and meta-analysis are considered the highest level of evidence. Yes, so you all agree with me that in the evidence pyramid, so that is the strongest evidence. So based on that, what is happening, we are able to combine this finding from multiple studies to provide strong conclusion. So what is the innovation now? We are using newer techniques like AI-assisted screening, network meta-analysis, and living reviews are making the process faster, more accurate, and continuously updated. This helps the nurses to have access to reliable evidence quickly and apply it to clinical practice. So what is the bottom line of this slide? From data overload, what is happening? When you think of systematic review or meta-analysis, what comes to your mind? oh my God, so much data, how I will do it, to clear evidence. So when we use these newer techniques, we are able to transform research into actionable nursing practice. So we have to integrate newer techniques so that we can have a better outcome, and we also will be able to save our energy also. Meta-analysis and systematic review, AI and machine learning in evidence synthesis. So what is our role? First is they will screen the study. So they have an algorithm. Machine learning has algorithms. They will analyze the title and abstracts to identify relevant studies with high accuracy, dramatically reducing reviewer time. So it is saving valuable time. Then it is possible to have data extraction. Now, you all know about NLP. It is what? What is NLP? It is natural language processing. Have you heard about this word? Data science. In data science, we use this word, natural language processing, which helps us to interpret the data, the language of the person, and it will try to understand, and it will try to generate the human language. Have you heard about chatbots? Yes. So chatbots, virtual assistant, as soon as you open some websites or articles, and a chatbot or a virtual assistant stands immediately. Yes. So what is that? They are NLP. So they are trying to find out what help you need, and they will try to help you out immediately to that. Participant characteristics and outcomes, which are coming directly from full text articles. And third thing is, they are not only extracting the data, they are not only screening, they are also trained to find out what all biases can be there, which will affect the quality. Platforms like Ryan Flag, they shows discrepancies in reviewer decisions. So down, you can see in blue, tools such as Ryan and Distiller SR are transforming the efficiency and reliability of systematic review workflows. Now, what is the advanced techniques now used in meta-analysis? So, living systematic reviews, yes, and network meta-analysis and non-traditional sources. So, living systematic reviews. So, why it is living? Because we are updating it continuously. So, as soon as a research article comes, it will take it immediately and integrate into that. So, it is systematic living reviews. Yes. So, it is living because it is incorporating the new research as soon as it is available, and it is continuously updating it. Yes. And it helps us to have so it is dynamic in nature. Whereas the traditional systematic reviews, they only gave you a snapshot, but this is continuously getting updated. Then second is network meta-analysis. So you have heard, so this is an advanced statistical methods which compares multiple interventions simultaneously by analyzing both direct and indirect evidence across the studies. Yes. Then non-traditional data sources, they expand beyond peer-reviewed literature to include grey literature, preprints, clinical trial registries, and real-world evidence. So you might have heard about forest plot. So visualization tools are also available for the meta-analysis. Advanced interactive tools including forest plot, network diagrams, they present the complex meta-analytical data in accessible, actionable formats for clinicians and policymakers. Then you might have heard this new term. So individual participant data meta-analysis. So what is that? Pulling the raw data from individual participants across multiple studies. So it will help you to find out the subgroup analysis is possible because of individual participant data, and we are able to synthesize personalized evidence. So this is gold standard. IPD analysis, meta-analysis is the gold standard in meta-analytical methodology. Yes. Meta-analysis. So economic integration, combining meta-analysis with cost-effective analysis to guide policy decisions. This is the utilization. So we can justify the resource allocation in healthcare. Then it has sensitivity and subgroup analysis. So greater emphasis is done on exploring heterogeneity by systematically varying assumptions and examining effect modification across subgroups. So best advantage is that, and it detects the bias in publication. Advanced funnel plot techniques and the grade framework, grading of recommendation, assessment, development, and evaluation to assess evidence quality and address reporting bias. Now, the fifth innovation is implementation science. So, word itself is telling implementation science. So, what is implementation science? So, it is a systematic study to find out the research, if something is happened, why it is not practiced, what is the gap. That is implementation science. So sometimes something is discovered in few years and till now it is not practiced. So there is a gap. So it identifies that gap and it brings it into practice. That is implementation science. So it identifies the facilitators, the barriers, and it will help you to put it into practice. So it focuses on adoption, integration, sustainability applied in real healthcare settings, gap between research and clinical practice. It measures patient outcomes, strengthens EBP. It is real world focus, not the control, just the control settings. And this is interdisciplinary approach. So this is very good. It involved nurses, doctors, and policymakers together. Dynamic and adaptive, emphasis on sustainability and scalability. So this is another example of implementation science. So a study which was done by Mali Mustafa, integrating design thinking and implementation science principle in delivering a medication review service in community pharmacy setting. So they were finding out what is the gap between the research finding and why this practical application is not happening, why it is not yielding the what type of drug related problems were there and what interventions were offered. So this was studied through implementation science. So this is one example. And the sixth innovation is complex statistical technique. You all know one is machine learning and algorithm, Bayesian statistics. So Bayesian statistics is the latest statistics you all know. It is based on Bayes' theorem, structural equation modeling, network analysis, and time series. Because of lack of time, I am not explaining this statistical part. High dimensional data and quantum computing. But this also is innovation. So all these complex techniques are nowadays used in statistics. Then seventh is real world evidence, that is RWE integration. So now, earlier we used to do control trials, now to clinical reality. So real world data from clinical settings complements traditional RCTs by capturing how interventions perform across diverse population in everyday practice. So observational studies and registry data improves generalizability. Then multi-model data integration. So combining multiple types of data. So in this, what we are doing in this multi-model data integration, this is a process of integrating the genetic components, the behavioral, the environmental, imaging, and the clinical data from multiple sources so that we can get a complex, comprehensive understanding of a complex health phenomenon. So analysis, it improves analysis accuracy and gives us a deeper insight. Each data type fill gap in the others, enhancing statistical model performance. Example, the OSS dataset, which has both medical and environmental records combined with MRI brain imaging for early detection of Alzheimer's disease, it demonstrates the power of multimodal data integration. Now we will come to emerging trends in qualitative research. So the first is digital and virtual ethnography. So digital ethnography, where researchers observe and analyze online communities and behavior, like in social media and forums. Then mobile ethnography is there when people or participants use smartphones to document their daily lives through photo, video, or diaries. You might have seen, and you might have seen many reels coming up. Yes. So through this, some people, they do proper research also by studying the people, their behaviors, cultures in online and digital environments. It is conducted through social media, forums, apps, virtual communities, increased use of digital platform in daily life, rise of telehealth, online support groups and virtual communities, and online observations, virtual interviews and focus groups, analysis of digital text, images, and interaction. So digital and virtual, you see, what are the data collection points? It can be online platforms, Zoom, interviews, focus group discussion, or it can be from the geographically dispersed participant. Digital ethnography, through digital spaces we are using it, and when it is done through mobile, we are getting rich data through the smartphones, which yields photos, videos, and data. So this is an example. This study was done by Dimitri Kubinse, the sensory landscape and embodied experiences anorexia nervosa treatment, an inpatient sensory ethnography. So this study employed a collaborative sensory ethnography to explore how the sensory environment of an inpatient who is having eating disorder, it shaped their living experience. So drawings were drawn on multimodal and embodied approach, and this reflection were taken with the help of AI assisted visualization. And what were the results? The findings revealed two central themes: a sense of entrapment within the illness and ambivalence towards both. And the study highlights how sensory environment and spatial layout of the ward amplify these experiences, demonstrating the tension between strict safety protocols and patients' need for autonomy. So this is one example of digital ethnography in practice. Second, big data is not only used for quantitative data research, it is also done for qualitative. So it helps in analyzing large-scale textual data. So qualitative approaches, they also are applied to massive volume of text. We also, you all know, in qualitative study, we audio record also. Yes. And it is able to interpret that also, and visual data from social media, forum, online reviews, which enables or gives us an insight into the population. So what all they can do? Sentiment analysis of user comments on healthcare apps. They analyze Reddit discussions to understand mental health trends. Semantic analysis with synaptic parsers achieve 75 to 95% precision in identifying sentiments from the web content it is able to find out. Then the third is mixed method research. So you all know about mixed method research designs. They integrate qualitative into quantitative and vice versa, right? So this is already known to you, so I will not go into much. Then participatory action research. So participatory is you are doing research with communities, not on them. Yes, you might have seen many people, they will go. I have seen one foreign person who was, when I went to Calcutta, the person was living with the people there itself. So the person is a co-researcher along with the other participant, ensuring findings are culturally relevant and community specific. So it empowers marginalized groups by incorporating their lived perspective, co-creates research question and solutions with community members. Photo voice, participants use photography to document and share their experiences and perspective. So this is participatory action research. Then fifth is AI assisted qualitative analysis. So we are using for qualitative analysis also, this innovative method is used by AI. So automated coding is there. AL and NLP tool codes organize and identify patterns across large qualitative data sets. Then text mining is done by using platform like NVivo. You all know about NVivo or DDoS. They integrate advanced text mining to analyze the sentiment and recurring topics in open-ended survey responses. You might have done qualitative studies, so you might be knowing about NVivo. So we are mining the data and integrating it. NLP for pattern recognition. So NLP is used to find out the thematic clusters, emotional tones, and we are finding out what pattern is coming out more, what theme is emerging. This I told you already, focus on intersectionality. So it is helping us to find out how social identities, gender, socioeconomic status, all these are helping out. So we are able to find out we are studying the healthcare disparities through the lens of that particular race, particular gender, okay, of the marginalized community, how they are feeling, how our perception and how they are perceiving may be two different things. So these intersectionality approaches help to get more funds, and you will be getting funds so that you are able to find out the differences and you are able to incorporate social justice into the research design. Then visual and art-based methods. So in another method for qualitative is visual and art-based methods. So creative and visual methods are increasingly used to present data in ways that we cannot convey, like collages. In mental health, as I am specialized in mental health, so we also give patients to make drawings. So what they are not able to express, it will come out through drawing, collages, participant created art to explore emotions and experiences. Analysis of visual content from Instagram or TikTok for cultural and public health studies enables researcher to access pre-verbal or trauma-related experience not able to articulate in words. For example, if the child is abused, the child is not able to say, but if you give them a paper to draw, they will make something which will give you how much abuse or how much trauma they have undergone. So sometimes this is a very good way of doing research. Then eighth is longitudinal qualitative research. So it is longitudinal quantitative research. Similarly, we are doing longitudinal qualitative research. So baseline is initial interviews. We will establish the participants' lived experience at the start of the study. Then we will follow up. We will make a track for them for years or months together, and then we will analyze what are the turning points in their life, what pattern of change happened, and what meaning it made over a period of time. Then ninth is reflexivity and research ethics. So what is reflexivity means? Self-awareness and ethical implications of their positionality. My own positionality has affected the ways I have decided to approach my research. My race, my gender, my education level, my economic status, it will influence the research. So we have to work on all those aspects which will create a bias. So we have to be transparent about researcher role and biases in the research processes. Then only we will have a credibility can be improved and we can address these potential influences. So positionality statements are increasingly a standard in qualitative nursing publications. Then 10th is global and cross-cultural perspectives. Nowadays, we not only have to think about local, national, we have to go to global, and even cross-cultural perspective has to be done. So conducting research across different cultures and contexts to understand global phenomena, what are the health disparities, cultural differences, health behavior, and care seeking. Then enhance generalizability. Example, when you study the comparative studies of healthcare access across urban and rural setting in multiple countries, cross-cultural exploration of parenting and chronic disease management practices. So this is an example of global and cross-cultural perspective. So here you are seeing the parenting and chronic disease management across not only from urban and rural settings, but also from multiple countries also. So this is an example of that. Then general research trends. Beyond methodology, sometimes we have to go beyond that and to think about greater ethical accountability, inclusivity, patient-centeredness, and interdisciplinary collaboration. So ethical concentration is now growing emphasis is there on data privacy, informed consent, and responsible AI use. Diverse and representative samples. So we have to include marginalized voices also. And our sample should include marginalized voices, underrepresented population, and studies from low and middle income countries also. And equitable access should be there to all the population, not only for the privileged ones. Then patient care centered approach and mental health focus. You all agree that after COVID, the mental health issues have increased, and mental health is working on the intersection of all the patients, all the specialities. The mental health has an influence. Then multidisciplinary collaboration and open science. So this is the need of the hour. We have to do multidisciplinary approach, combine biology, data science, AI, sociology, economics, to tackle complex health disparities and accelerate drug development or newer interventions. Sustainability, we have to do in health research by studying. We have to think of climate change also. It impacts public health, reduces carbon footprints in facilities, and developing sustainable medical technologies. Then open science and data sharing. I told you about open science already. So we should be transparent and we should collaborate through open access data, pre-registration, and publicly available publications and data sets. A word of caution, AI has hallucination. And you might have studied in psychiatry hallucinations. So what are hallucinations? They are something which is not there and they will give a thing that it is there actually, right? So sometimes AI also can give you inaccurate or false output. So we have to be very careful. Sometimes it can create very convincing, but it is fabricated content. So we have to double check it and we have to use our human intellect when we are using AI. AI generates factually correct information unsupported by data. Example, inventing incorrect data for historical events or misrepresenting clinical findings, sometimes unrelated data or fabricated data, right? Other challenges are data privacy, algorithm biases. So for that, we need robust government frameworks. Then only the data can be secure. Data quality, then ethical dilemmas. Conclusion, the future of nursing research is quantitative innovation. Medical, you have to use new technology, big data, real-time analysis, and we should have deeper qualitative insights. We should be doing more interdisciplinary and inclusive approaches. The synthesis of rigorous methodology is very important, along with ethical accountability and technical innovation. Then only we will be, as a nursing professional, we will be placed in forefront in the 21st century healthcare science. So a part of my topic was EBP also. I think EBP, everybody knows it, but just I will run through the slides so that I can integrate into my topic. So evidence-based practice is when we are using nursing research to, the scientific evidence is based on the skills judgment from the clinical expertise, and we are respecting the patient-centered values. It forms the bedrock of the nursing. So now we are transformed from tradition to transformation. Earlier we were relying on tradition, intuition, anecdotal experiences, but now we have focused on evidence-based practice. Yes. So we are focused on best available evidence, clinical expertise, and the patient value. So these are the three pillars you have to remember when you say evidence-based practice is when you have the best evidences, when you have the best clinical expertise, and when you are working with the patient's values, their preferences, their cultural context, and unique circumstances. Steps you all know: ask, acquire, appraise, apply, and assess. Why it matters? Because better outcomes, nurses' confidence is increased, team collaboration, and patient-centered care. So clinical also it is helping to bridge the gap between research. Typically within months, you can see the changes which are happening. Old practice is what? We were repositioning the patients. So now EBP is what? We are doing risk stratification using Braden scale, specialized pressure relieving mattresses, structured skincare protocols, and individualized turning schedules. Everybody doesn't need 2 hours. Sometimes some people may need beyond 2 hours also. So we have to individualize, and that is evidence-based approach. Outcome is significant, measurable, reduction in hospital-acquired pressure ulcer incidences or septic also. Old practices, when you are seeing the signs of infection, EBPs, you will be using screening, systematic screening, using QSOFA, CIRS criteria, etc. Nursing education, you all know. So earlier, we were just telling everything. Now, a spirit of inquiry has come, as Elsa ma'am was also telling about this, so I will not go into much. So we have to have that inquisitive spirit of inquiry so that we can disseminate this knowledge and become a change agent. Integrate this into curricula, simulation, and skill development through high fidelity simulation, debriefing, and mentored practice. And lifelong learning is needed, and we have to learn continuously and lead the change. In nursing research, driving innovation, there is a link between the research and practice. Unless you practice, you won't find out what are the gaps which are there. Okay. or what is the best available evidence. When we are engaging in research only, we are able to understand what works for whom and under what condition. So from inquiry to impact, the research process, you have to make a rigorous plan. Study should be planned in such a way that it is rigorous sampling, conduct the research, identify the question, and disseminate the results. Newer wound care technologies have come up. So all these are because of interventions. Then evaluating telehealth interventions. So research into remote monitoring is reshaping chronic disease management, which is bringing evidence-based care into patients' home. So focus areas are diabetes, heart failure, hypertension, etc., which requires consistent monitoring and timely intervention. So what we are measuring through telehealth, whether they are adhering to the care plans, clinical health outcomes, and cost effectiveness, and the impact. Yes, so this understanding the patient's experience. So the future of nursing is driven by evidence. TPP is not a passing trend. It is the established and enduring standard of excellent nursing care. Highest quality care, safest environment, and truly patient-centered care. Care that honors every patient's values, voices, and unique experiences. So thank you all.
You're on mute. Please unmute and talk.
As we conclude in this enriching section, on behalf of our organizing committee, I would like to begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to our distinguished speaker, Dr. Binu Matthew. Her valuable perspectives, rich experience, and depth of knowledge have truly enriched this session and added immense value to all of us. Her thought-provoking address will surely guide us and inspire us in our academic and professional journey. I also express my heartfelt thanks to our organizing team for their dedicated effort and all dignitaries, participants, and volunteers for your presence and support. Your contribution has made this event meaningful and grateful. Thank you all. Wishing you by continued success and a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for effectively conducting session 2 and for making it a valuable learning experience for all of us.
Thank you,
So
sir.
we'll move on for a doubt clarification here. So we will now open the floor for a brief question and answer session. I invite all the participants, if you have any doubt, queries, or need any clarification regarding session 2 of any of the topics Madam has discussed, please feel free to ask. So you may post your questions in the chat box, or you can raise your hand option so we can allow you to unmute. So if any, you can proceed. So we'll make a pass for a few
If needed,
minutes.
I can share also the PowerPoint.
Sure.
The slides were very good and very innovative. Just want to ask, ma'am, systematic review and meta-analysis, still it is a very innovative method, ma'am, in research?
Yeah. It is innovative in the sense that when we are doing earlier, how we used to do systematic reviews, few people we will sit together and few will do the studies. So now we can use AI tools so that we can collect more studies. But finally, it is human being only. We have to use our wisdom to see whether which they have collected is true or not. Only it will save our time and it will update every research. Whatever research is coming out.
Our results forms are in a like a written form itself. Nothing is something what to say, graphical or any calculation won't be there. So it is the same format which we are following in
format is same, but the evidence nowadays it is evidence based.
Way is innovation.
Because we may, as human beings, we may not be able to access all the big data. That's what I was telling about the big data. So many data, explosion of data, that much we as human mind have limitation. Yes. So when we collect all, they will process it. We have to see what they have screened out. That we have to again check.
Then, ma'am, how we can compare that one into meta-analysis? It also compares the same, no? Systematic review, we do one study and we
Yeah.
do a meta-analysis for everything. So that will be the way, is an old way itself.
Yeah,
Only
yeah.
testing method
Yeah.
is different.
Here, precision, speed,
Okay. Made
AI
by
tools.
AI
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
technology.
Steps are not
Okay.
changing. Our
Okay.
evidence is increasing.
So that
Databases, all the databases we are covering.
still meta-analysis or systematic review studies can be taken as a PhD or post-PhD.
Yeah, yeah. We can do.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you
And
all
ma'am,
for giving an
and ma'am,
opportunity.
sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt. There was a question in the chat where we can use a mixed method of research design. It was raised by Professor Ajazul Hasan.
Yeah. Mixed method research where we can use, where we need to find out the needs of the people. For example, if we are finding out the why patients are not taking drugs, yes, why they are leaving the psychiatric drugs, for example. So we can use those to find out, have a focused discussion among the groups. What are the barriers? What are the facilitators? Why they are not taking the drug? Along with that, we can teach them also why that drug should be taken. So there is an intervention, as well as we are finding out through focused interview what are their personal needs or the needs of that group, and we are addressing them, and we are finding out their experiences in depth. So like that studies where you can bring more practice theory into practice and to find out the beliefs, attitude, or to change the behavior of the people, why they are resistant to a change, that we have to find out through then we should have a mixed method approach. I hope I have
And
given the answer to that.
yes, ma'am. And another question has raised by Induleka Jayachandran. So, how effective computers on wheels in clinical practice?
Yeah. So you might have seen many hospitals are coming up with that. So future, that will be the thing which is happening. So one of our colleagues, he was telling me that in the US, the children are carrying all those computers and all those things in their hands. They can immediately refer ki what are the practices which need to be done. They don't need to remember everything. So everything, all the steps and the procedures will be there on their hand, and they can find out immediately and they can give better practices to the person. So no step is missed out. Precision medicine, which I was telling you. So precision medicine means we can adapt it to the patient needs and we are not missing a step out of that also. So this is definitely a go and it will come in the future. As we were earlier afraid, and earlier people were afraid when mobiles came. So all the telephone operators were afraid that my job will go. So like that now AI has come. So people are afraid my job will go. So, but we should not be afraid of these technologies. We should use it, and it is human intellect which will control AI. But if you are using it properly, we have to check it. It is our part.
Any more doubts, Dinesh?
No, ma'am. We'll allow them to proceed that in the chat session. If any is there,
Yeah.
we will discuss it at the end of the session. Anyhow, thank you, ma'am, and I thank everyone.
Thank you so
Those who
much.
have raised your questions boldly in the chat session.
I'm very
think
happy
even
to see
yeah,
339 people have joined. So it's very good. So thank you
yes,
all. All the best wishes.
yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
ma'am. Ma'am, there was one request from delegates. So they are requesting to share your
Yeah,
PPT.
yeah. I will share to you, ma'am.
Yes,
That
yes,
I
ma'am.
already told. I will share to you.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Thank you so much,
Thank
ma'am,
you.
for your time and
Thank
for
you,
the
Sneha, ma'am.
for your informative session.
And
Thanks a
your
lot, ma'am.
management also. Thank you.
Yes, thanks a lot,
Okay.
ma'am.
So, dear participants, if there are any other questions, you can share it in the chat box and we will take them up at the end of the program. And we will be letting you know the solution for the queries that you're having. And thank you to our esteemed speaker for the insightful session. And dear participants, we will now take a short break of 10 minutes. I kindly request everyone to remain logged in and stay connected to the session as we will be resuming shortly. After the break, we will continue with our next segment, the paper presentation session, where selected participants will present paper in their research work. So participants are requested to be ready and ensure their audio video settings are properly arranged and be ready with the PPTs, that whatever you have prepared for presenting for the session. So thank you all, and we'll resume shortly. Thank you. Thank you all. So hi all, we are going to restart the session. So now we move on to an important academic segment of this conference, the scientific paper presentation session. So this session provides a valuable platform for participants to present their research, share innovative ideas, and contribute to evidence-based nursing practice. To coordinate and host this session, it is my great honor to invite Professor Jyoti R, Head of the Department of Obstetrical and Gynecological Nursing, Little Flower College of Nursing, Bangalore. So Professor Jyoti is a highly respected academician known for her expertise, leadership, and dedication to nurturing research and professional excellence in nursing. We are privileged to have her guide this session. I now request you, ma'am, to kindly take over the paper presentation session.
Dinesh, sorry, I'm interrupting here. I just want to introduce the judges for this session. Then Jyoti madam can take over the session.
Yes, ma'am, sure.
Good morning to all viewers. We are back again. So I want to introduce our judges for abstract presentation. We are honored to have our esteemed judges and reviewers for the abstract presentation. Dr. Rajesh R., Principal, Venkateshwara College of Nursing, Nelamangala, Bangalore. Dr. Arun Angadi, Principal, SBG College of Nursing, Belgaum. Dr. Avinash, Principal, Ekam College of Nursing, Bangalore. We extend our warm welcome and sincere appreciation for your valuable time, expertise, and contribution in evaluating the scholarly work presented during this conference. Thank you, sir, for joining the session. Over to Jyoti ma'am.
Just also keep the camera on along with Jyoti ma'am.
So can you unmute the mic of Pavitra, Professor Pavitra?
A warm good morning to one and all who are attending National Conference on Advancing Nursing Excellence. So once again, I warm welcome to all the judges.
Ma'am, you are not audible, ma'am. Can you
My voice is audible? Voice is audible now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Much
ma'am.
better,
Now
much
it is
better.
better.
Okay, sorry for the interruption. Here are some guidelines for all the participants, our paper presenters, before prior presenting their abstracts. So some guidelines for the paper presenters are for the related scientific presentation. So serial number 1, the word limit should 250 to 300 words. Time duration not more than 5 minutes with maximum 10 slides. The paper must be original, unpublished, and previously not published and presented at any conference. The abstract must be submitted in Microsoft Word format using Times New Roman, font size must 12, and with 1.5 line spacing. So I request all the participants for the paper presenting must follow IMRAD format, and plagiarism should not exceed more than 10 percentage. So now I request all the participants. So here are the chess numbers. So serial number 1 are the chess number 1, Professor Yashodhamma R. I requesting Professor Yashodhamma R to start your paper presentation. So request Gadi Kavita, be ready for next. So I request now Professor Yashodhamma R to be ready for the paper presentation.
Thank you, Pavitra ma'am. Thank you for giving this opportunity. May I audible, ma'am? Hello?
Yeah, ma'am, you're audible.
Hello? Yes.
Ma'am, when you're presenting, please on to your video also.
Yes, ma'am. I'm turning on. Good morning to all who are attending this conference, and it's a great opportunity to us to attend this conference. And I would like to thank the whole committee members of this conference as well as the organization team. They have given a great opportunity to present
Ma'am, your
my
voice is
thesis
breaking.
abstract.
Ma'am, your voice is breaking. To the ma'am.
Is it, ma'am?
Your voice is little breaking. Can't hear you.
Now is it okay, ma'am?
Yeah.
Good morning to all who are attending this conference, and I would like to thank all the committee members of this conference as well as organization members who have given a great opportunity to present my thesis abstract.
Request Yashodhana, please share your slides for paper presentation.
Now I'm sharing my.
Okay. So can you just inform me
Is it visible, ma'am?
No. For me, not visible. It is not visible. Manasar, it is visible for you? Yeah, ma'am. Now you can
It
see.
is visible, madam, now.
Yeah.
Yashodhama, ma'am, please unmute and then talk. Thank you.
Sir,
Judges can
Manasar,
keep
have
the
you come for
cameras
10
on so that we
minutes?
can unmute you.
Manasar?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you keep a 10 minutes? You said something, alarm will ring or it will pop-up message will come, right? And the time is up.
The presenter has not unmuted.
I'm asking the instructions first to unmute.
Pavitra,
Ma'am, I will request next person to able to, I think she is ready. We'll tell
Pavitra,
her
the presenter has not unmuted.
Yes, we will tell, sir. We will tell.
If I tell them, so she can't hear.
Ma'am, I requesting Yashodhama ma'am to unmute your video, please.
And Joycey, ma'am, or Pavitra, ma'am, you can unmute the judges also. You have the rights.
I'm clicking here to unmute, sir, but it is not getting open.
Judges, could you please switch on the videos? I'll just identify you and then unmute you from my side.
Next person will say.
Yes, ma'am. That is okay. So no problem, ma'am. You just take a time, Yashodama, ma'am.
Yeah, Dr.
Yashodama,
Rajesh,
please unmute.
you are co-host now. You can unmute and talk, no problem. Other judges, kindly keep your videos on so that we can unmute you. Yashodama ma'am, are you able to unmute yourself? Please check.
If they are on, they will come here.
I request,
Yes, ask them to come.
no, I request now Gadi Kavita ma'am just try to do the presentation. Just hold Yashodama ma'am for a while, please.
Pavitra ma'am, you have these paper
Is it
presentations.
audible now?
Yeah, ma'am,
Yes,
you
now
are
it
Yes,
is
from a
ma'am.
long
audible.
time you
Yes.
are muted. Now it is audible.
Yeah, ma'am. Gadi Kavita ma'am, just you please, ma'am.
Yes.
Let her
Shall I
present.
start, ma'am?
Yes, please, please.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Differentiated cells and having a capacity to multiply more than 100 types of cells. And we know that the stem cells, we will get it from the embryonic cells as well as bone marrow and mesenchymal cells from the connective tissues. And now we can get the stem cells even from the menstrual blood. Okay, few peoples will think that menstrual blood is a impure blood, and few think that it's just a physiological changes which is happening in our body. The endometrium usually sheds every month, but most of them don't know that even the menstrual blood will be having a highly specialized mesenchymal stem cells, and it can be used for a many treatment purpose. And it was done also, the more many clinical trials has been done, and recently in the COVID-19 it was done on the patient also to regenerate the lung cells. So this makes me to select this topic to impart the knowledge regarding the menstrual blood stem cells to the nursing students. Why I have selected a nursing student specially means because they are the pillars, they are going to community as well as the patients to educate. So they should know first. So only I have selected this topic. My problem statement is a study to assess the effectiveness of booklet on knowledge regarding menstrual blood stem cells among the basic BSc nursing students in selected nursing colleges, Bangalore. The objectives of the study to assess the pretest knowledge regarding menstrual blood stem cells among the basic BSc nursing students and to evaluate the effectiveness of information booklet regarding menstrual blood stem cells among the basic BSc nursing students. And third objective is to find out the association between post-test knowledge scores regarding menstrual blood stem cells with the selected demographic variables. The hypothesis of the study is, the first hypothesis is there will be a significant difference in the level of knowledge regarding menstrual blood stem cells between the pre-test and post-test score. And second hypothesis is there is a significant association between the post-test level of knowledge with their selected demographic variables. And this is my conceptual framework where I have used to like input, throughput, and output. The input is the demographic variables of the samples, and in the throughput, what I'm going to do, that is the permissions obtained from the colleges as well as tool validation, preparing the content for the information booklet, and going to do the pre-test and post-test. The output will be like a whether they gain the knowledge or it may be the adequate or moderate or inadequate. Then research methodology which I have used is the research design is quasi-experimental, one group pre-test post-test design. The setting, sample and sampling size will be the selected nursing colleges. I have selected the C College of Nursing and I have selected a 60 BSc nursing students. Then sampling technique is non-probability convenient sampling technique. The tools are demographical variables of the samples and structured knowledge questionnaires which I have framed regarding the from the menstrual blood stem cells. The method of data collection is pre-intervention, intervention, and post-intervention. In the pre-intervention, I have assessed the knowledge of the nursing students before providing the information booklet regarding the menstrual blood stem cells, and I have provided an information booklet to them, and I have left them for 7 days, and after the 7 days, I have conducted a post-test with the same knowledge questionnaires. Then the analysis of the data, descriptive statistics and inferential statistics. Descriptive statistics I have used like a mean, median, and a percentage standard deviation for the demographic variables, and inferential statistics to find out the association. And the result part, based upon the objectives, I have sectioned the results as a first section, that is about the distribution of BSc nursing students according to their demographic variable, and second section will be pre-test and post-test level of knowledge. Third, analysis for test of significance. Then fourth one is association between the post-test knowledge level with selected demographic variables. And final result I have did like this. The pre-test knowledge score, if you are seeing for the BSc nursing students, 52 members, that is 86.6 percentage have an inadequate knowledge, and 13.4 percentage of the nursing students have a moderate knowledge, and none of them have a adequate knowledge in the pre-test. Then in the post-test, 45 percentage of the students will be having adequate knowledge, and 15% students will be having a moderate knowledge, none of them having a inadequate knowledge regarding menstrual blood stem cells. Then analysis of mean and standard deviation and t-test. In the pre-test, the mean was 8.34 and the post-test 17.38, and the standard deviation is plus or minus 1.76, and in post-test it is 1.42. The t-value is 38.22, and it will be the significance. Hence, the H1, that is a hypothesis 1, was accepted. There is a lot of differences there between the pre-test and post-test knowledge score, so it was significant. Then association between the post-test knowledge level with the selected demographic variables. So the chi-square was used to identify the association between the post-test knowledge score, and I got the association for the age as well as the year of studying is more than the table value, that is a 10.98 to 16.25 under the difference of 2. So hence the hypothesis 2 was accepted for these demographic variable, and rest of the demographic variables like place of residence, type of family, source of health information, and the sex was not associated. And finally, the study result shows that in the pre-test, most of them have an inadequate knowledge, and in the post-test, most of them will gain, that is 75% of the students has got the adequate knowledge regarding the menstrual blood stem cells. And the overall study result shows that knowledge on the menstrual blood stem cells was inadequate among the nursing students. After providing the information booklet, the knowledge level was increased. This will help the implement in the future to educate the community and to develop the positive attitude towards the menstrual blood stem cells. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Yashoda.
Sir?
Hello, Yashoda, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you for presenting your research topic in this national conference. I have some few queries. If you clarify, it will be comfortable for the judges and as well as the audience to understand the concept behind it. My first question is, your research design, you had mentioned it as quasi-experimental.
Yes.
How you meant it as quasi-experimental?
Sir? Sir, I didn't get, sir.
Your research design, you had mentioned it, you had stated it as quasi-experimental study. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
Madam Yashoda, can
Hello.
you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear my questions, Yashoda?
Her screen is frozen, sir.
Okay.
Looks like some
Pavitra
connectivity
or
issue.
Dinesh, can you just rectify?
No, it's a network issue at her end.
Professor Yashoda Mama, you are able
Madam
to hear our
Yashoda?
voice.
No, she
I
is
think,
not
yeah,
now
I think
in
she
the
has
meeting
left
now.
Rajesh sir.
She might be joining.
Shall I take a next person, sir, with your permission? Thank you, Yashodama, for your paper presenting on national conference. Now I request Professor Gadi Kavita for next presenting your paper presentation.
Because of their internet connection, they are not able to answer anything.
Kavita ma'am, you should be able to unmute and also share the screen. Please check.
Ma'am, can you able to audible?
Yeah, please make it full screen.
Yes, sir. Screen is visible.
Yeah, screen is visible. Please make it full screen. Control F5 on your laptop.
Is it fine?
No, still it does not come.
Hello.
You'll find a little button on the corner, right side down, to make it full screen. Next to the zoom in, zoom out. In the interest of time, let's continue. I think that will be better.
Manoj, there is a judge called Dr. Avinash. Can you unmute him?
Hello.
Yeah, he can unmute himself. He is a co-host.
No, he is like he's telling that host is not allowing him to unmute.
No, he can unmute. He is a co-host.
Ma'am also is sending
Professor
message.
Avinash, please try.
Did he join?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Presenter, let's continue with the presentation. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, I request Gadi Kavita for the presentation.
Understand, make Arun sir also unmute. Dr. Arun Angadi.
Madam, please instruct the presenters to be ready, madam. Let them not use mobile phones.
Yeah.
Please ask your team to be prepared so that these technical glitches which are there, it can be sorted out.
We have get the
I think
instructions.
some connection I feel in the college.
Rajesh sir was asking some question. I think in the interim, Madam Yashoda left actually.
Okay, sir. So
It
mine
becomes
is, I
difficult
think,
for us to judge as well.
Dr. Arun, please try to unmute and see if it is working.
Yes, sir. It's
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Should we continue with the next presenter, please?
Yeah, Jyoti ma'am.
Yes.
So just check if Rajesh sir is available, sir. It becomes easy for our judging.
Rajesh sir is here on the screen.
Okay, sir. Okay. Fine, sir. You can go ahead, I think. Adi Kavita, you can go ahead, I feel.
Yes.
Sir,
Next
my
presenter,
I
please.
think some network issue is showing, sir. Hello.
Madam, please use your laptop, madam, which has
Laptop
a good
only.
stable internet.
Laptop only. I am with a laptop only, sir.
Or else request the team so that they can post you at the later point of time. Na?
Yeah, we can continue with the next presenter, please.
Because
Okay.
I think since morning I have joined, sessions are
Okay.
going online on spot, on dot, actually, on time.
Yeah.
So let us give space for others also to participate. Na?
Absolutely.
Yes, now I request
Adi
J.
Kavita, ma'am,
Vijayalakshmi ma'am.
if you are facing difficulties, please inform the team. They'll post you at a later point of time so that we don't waste on time, right?
Okay,
Exactly,
thank you.
sir. Exactly, sir. Now I request J. Vijayalakshmi ma'am for the next paper presentation. Madam, please. Professor J. Vijayalakshmi ma'am, just please be ready with your paper presentation.
She is already on the screen. She has to just present her slides. She's already on the screen.
Please unmute, sir. A very good morning to dignitaries, judges, and the organizer. Sir, is the screen is visible?
No, not yet, madam. You have to share.
Yeah, I have shared.
It's loading. Let's wait.
Let me know the visibility, sir.
Yeah, perfect. It's working fine. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Once again, good morning, one and all. Today, I'm going to present a topic which is pertaining to the objectives of today's conference. So, related to skill management and application. So, my topic is effectiveness of progressive muscle relaxation training on reduction of stress and quality of sleep among primigravida mothers in selected maternity hospital at Bangalore. So the current scenario when we are taking, so it is a stressful life. Nowadays, we all are stressed. So similarly, there is no exception being given to pregnant mothers also, and even during labor and even after labor also. So by keeping that in mind, the researcher is interested to conduct a study related to pre-pregnancy stress and the stress which is associated during pregnancy, and what is the impact which is related to the stress, and how the relaxation technique was effective in relieving stress as well as promoting sleep among primigravida mothers. So that ultimately made a researcher to conduct a study related to this particular topic. The objectives of the study: to assess the level of stress and the quality of sleep among primigravida mothers before and after progressive muscle relaxation training in both experimental and control group, to evaluate the effectiveness of progressive muscle relaxation training among primigravida mothers on reduction of stress and quality of sleep, to compare the significant difference between experimental group and control group before and after progressive muscle relaxation technique, to determine the association between pre-test level of stress and the quality of sleep among primigravida mothers with their selected demographic variables in both experimental and control group. Hypothesis. So H1, there will be a significant difference between pre-test and post-test score among primigravida mothers in experimental group who are receiving progressive muscle relaxation technique, and in control group, those who are not receiving progressive muscle relaxation training. And H2, there will be a significant association between level of stress and the quality of sleep among primigravida mothers with their selected demographic variables in experimental and control group. Coming to the methodology, the research approach being used is quantitative approach. The designers, experimental research design. The target population is primigravida mothers who are between the 22 to 26 weeks of gestation, attending regular antenatal clinic. And the setting is maternity hospital, Bangalore. And the sample is 24 primigravida mothers, 12 in experimental and 12 in control. And sampling technique is simple random sampling technique. And the data collection instruments being used is Quant's perceived stress scale and Pittsburgh Sleep Quality Index, that is after obtaining a permission from the author. Then PMR performance checklist. And the data collection method is structured questionnaire and observation checklist. Data analysis by using both descriptive and inferential statistics. Coming to the results, so there are different variables being assessed and the frequency and percentage distribution of those variables being done. So in this, when it is pertaining to the age, in control group, maximum belongs to 22 to 24 years and even experimental group also. Then regarding educational qualification, both the groups, maximum number of primigravida mothers completed their secondary education. And regarding occupation, maximum primigravida mothers are unemployed in both the groups. And religion, both the group maximum are Hindus. And the type of family, in control group, maximum are from a joint family, that is about 50%, and in experimental group, 50% are from nuclear family. Then about regarding income, so it is false and control group between 10,000 to 29,999, and in experimental group is about between 10,000 to 19,999. Regarding the weight, so in control group, maximum 25% who belongs to less than 50 and 51 to 60 kg, 60 kgs, whereas in experimental group, it is about 25%, 41%, about about 70 kgs. And the dietary habit, so maximum they are non-vegetarian. And duration of sleep, so maximum in both groups, they had 6 to 8 hours of sleep. And the place of residence, so maximum are from semi-urban and urban areas. And regarding practice of exercise, control group, no one has had practice, but in experimental group, I'm sorry, sir, the data been misplaced. Nearly 11, they had no practice of exercise, but only one has minimal practice of doing exercise. And section 2 about pre-test and post-test level of stress among primigravida mothers in both experimental and control group. So pre-test level shows there will be, that is maximum in the moderate stress, that is about out of 12, 9 are with the moderate stress, and in experimental group, 11 are with the moderate stress, and the remaining will be in low stress. But there is a significant improvement being found in post-test, that is after the 4 weeks of training. So in the control group, so the stress, that is moderate stress around 8 and low stress around 4 out of 12. And experimental group, there is a significant improvement has been found. So that is low stress been noticed among 11 mothers, and moderate stress been noticed in one mother. Similarly, regarding quality of sleep, we can notify in the pre-test level, the mild sleep disturbance has been found among 2 in control and 1 in experimental, and moderate sleep been found in 6 in control and 7 in experimental group, and severe disturbance been found equally in both the groups. And the post-test, it has been notified in the experimental group has shown a drastic improvement in sleep quality. So in the control group, 3, and in experimental group, 8 of them had a mild sleep disturbance. And in control group, 8 and 2 in experimental group had moderate sleep disturbance. And coming to the severe, 1 in control group and 2 had sleep disturbance, severe sleep disturbance. Section 3, that is comparison of pre-test and post-test level of stress score between experimental and control group. So it signifies the mean pre-test score was 22.29 with a standard deviation of 3.39. So the mean post-test being decreased to 22.29. So that shows a mild reduction in stress level among control group. But in experimental group, the mean pre-test score was 22.29, but there is a further decline being observed, that is around 19.88. So it shows, it demonstrated that there will be highly significant reduction in stress level with a t-value of 4.32, which is suggesting that reduction in stress was more pronounced in experimental group than the control group. And when we are making a comparison with the pre-test and post-test level of quality of sleep, comparison between pre-test and post-test level of sleep shows a further reduction in mean sleep score, that is with 8.58 with a standard deviation of 4.10 of the experimental group when it is compared to the control group, that is 12.04 with a t-value of 4.76, which indicate high statistically significant difference between both the groups. And section 4, that is association between level of stress and selected demographic variable. So in the control group, there is no association between a level of stress among many of the variables, except duration of sleep. Depends on the number of hours the mother slept, the amount of stress has been reduced. In the experimental group, none of the variables show significant association between pre-test level of stress and selected demographic variable. Similarly, association between pre-test level of quality of sleep and demographic variable, there was no statistically significant association between pre-test level of quality of sleep and selected demographic variables at 0.05 level of significance in both experimental and control group. So that's why the hypothesis stating a significant association between sleep and demographic variable has been rejected. And in discussion, the study finding shows a greater difference between pre and post-test score. And even there will be a significant improvement being found in experimental group than in the control group. So this particular findings being supported by a study being conducted in Bangalore, which is related to evaluation of efficacy of progressive muscle relaxation therapy on stress level in pregnant women. So that study also been revealed that the progressive muscle training was very effective in reducing pregnant women's stress. And implications, as even though this concept has become existing earlier, but the number of usage by the personnel is minimal, including the healthcare professionals. As we are stressed, but many at a time, we are not getting an adequate time to practice the same. So similarly, as a researcher being interested to make an effort to reduce stress to some extent and to improve a better outcome, the researcher is interested to implement this intervention. Similarly, the focus has been given towards the academic as well as for the nursing education to implement such kind of interventions so that the mothers and even the educators can teach this in the clinical areas to have a better maternal and the neonatal outcome. And the recommendations, a similar type of study can be conducted in a larger population, and similar study can be conducted in different setting. A study can be carried out to evaluate the efficacy of various teaching strategies by using various teaching strategies. A study may be done to explore the factors in sleep quality and sleep hygiene. A similar study can be conducted among postnatal mothers to promote early recovery. And the limitations of this study, less sample size, hence the generalization of the findings is difficult. Thank you, sir.
Madam Vijayalakshmi.
Yes, sir.
It's a good presentation at the conference.
Thank you,
Few questions and clarifications and some suggestions are there. You can note down and you can just answer if possible, or otherwise you can just have some improvement at the further presentations or with your research activities.
Sure, sir.
My first corrections or clarification is hypothesis H1, H2 that clubbed together for both experimental and control group, which should not be done. Okay.
Sure, sir.
So separately, you have to make it hypothesis for what is that? The differences between pre and post test in terms of influence of progressive muscle relaxation in experimental group and control group. And research design, you had mentioned it as experimental design. So you have under experimental design multiple subcategorizations. You have to identify which research design is applicable and you have to mention.
Okay, sir. Sir, is it like we have to mention like randomized clinical trials or true experimental design?
Yes. Probably yours, it may fall under true experimental design. If you had adapted your sampling technique as randomizations or with simple random techniques, because you had nowhere you had mentioned how you had categorized 24 sample size and subdivided with 12 and 12.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And method of data collection, nowhere you had stated about how exactly the procedure was done, how your method of data collection was carried out in experimental group separately and control group separately. And you had mentioned somewhere structured questionnaire. Structured questionnaire is not a method of data collection. How you had collected the data, how you had assessed your level of stress and as well as with your quality of sleep and all. Either it is a self-report or observational or interview method. or like direct monitoring, like that. There are n number of different methods of data collection. The
Yes, sir.
structured questionnaire is a tool or an instrument which is just supporting you to collect your basic data. And in most of the tables, you had mentioned N, capital N as 12. Okay. Ideally, there is a difference between small n and capital N. Capital
Okay.
N cannot be mentioned for smaller sample sizes and all, which
Okay,
you
sir.
look into it. Okay.
Sure, sir.
And nowhere you had stated about how the level of stress has been categorized with mild, moderate, or severe, or quality of sleep. That basic presentation, that basic categorizations have to stated either under your method of data collections, or when you are representing a table or a diagram, what is the score categorizations, and how much frequencies or percentages. You have just generally mentioned in regard to
yes,
like
sir.
9 and
Yes.
3 or 7 and 5, like that. But like categorizations have to be mentioned.
To be mentioned, yes.
And regarding the effectiveness of your stress and quality of sleep in experimental group and all, there was like a very minor reduction in the level of stress. That means the overall mean scores. Okay, so you have to just look into it, how to which extent it is effective.
Okay.
Since there is a minimal differences between the mean score with pre-test and post-test, okay, under which level of probability it has been effective, you have to state it. And what type of test which you had adopted in regard to the comparison with experimental and control group, or within the groups which you had adopted, those perspectives have to be mentioned.
Okay.
And regarding your progressive muscle relaxation, you were nowhere stated how it has been implemented with your primigravida mothers. The topic is good. Okay, the intervention will be beneficial for the especially what is that, primigravida mothers to improve their quality of sleep. But for the audiences and as well as for the professionals, it will be always good, like if you just state it like how this progressive muscle relaxation technique has been adopted, and how many days the mothers have practiced, how we had followed up all those things. Even though it is a time limited presentation.
Yes, sir. That is the actually problem. So I have a data collection method description, but the limitation has been given for
yeah, that's
10
true,
slides,
But
15 slides. So that's why I have focused more on the result aspect. Sir.
Yeah, in a very simpler way, or a line of information might have been added to.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
And you can just add one point along with your implications and recommendations and all, what drawbacks or what limitations you had notified during your study.
Sure.
That will give some value for the further researchers to go ahead. Otherwise, like the level of confidence and the way you had executed and processed with your presentation was good. Okay, so these suggestions you can incorporate in the further.
Sure.
Thank
you.
You.
Thank you for your valuable suggestions, sir.
Pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
Presentation was good, madam. My only thing is, because sir has already covered, what was your period of data collection? I would like to know, madam.
Sir, actually, this is my pilot. So there will be phases. So this been conducted like 1 month variations been found, but till there will be a drastic change can be observed when we are conducting for longer period of time.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. It's a good presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Dr. Ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Ma'am, actually, Dr. Rajesh sir and Dr. Abhinav sir has guided you clearly.
Yes, sir.
And you stated that it's a pilot study. Just I wanted to know, these primigravida mothers, will they cooperate to you to do this PMR?
Yes, sir. They are very much cooperative. And the thing is, I was keep on visiting to the session, and I was in the OPD. So I used to interact very much with the mothers, and I used to talk with them a language which is comfortable to them. And even apart from the mothers whom I have selected, many asked, can you please teach to us also? Even the sisters, those who are there, they are also very much interested. So they requested. I told I will share you later because it may make a contamination. Let me complete the study. Then I told them, sir, I will sure I will teach to them also. They are very cooperative, sir.
Okay, just one concern that please do have one concern with them with the samples or the relatives,
Yes,
and
sir.
how the report, the ANC report might be they will be having. You please observe that. Might be
Yes.
they are cooperative to you. Might be the medical report. Might be it don't suggest. So please check out that, then consent, then you proceed. Primigravida already they are having everything is new for them. So there might be confusion. The another intervention you should not affect to their further progress. And thank you, ma'am. Good presentation.
Thank you, sir. Sir, for your one more concern. So, actually, before I'm proceeding with the study, I have presented the same in front of the ethical committee. So, there in front of doctors, I have presented the same, and I've asked about the opinions also, and I have took a consent from a doctor who is assisting them in the maternity area. So, after receiving her consent, and even they suggested. Actually, I have excluded the mothers who are having bad obstetrical history. But there in the committee, they mentioned even number of cases of eclampsia has become more, sir, nowadays. Hypertension is more. But even doctors suggested even with a mild case of pregnancy-induced hypertension also, you can incorporate, ma'am, so that there will be a drastic variations can be found, and it helps to reduce the poor adverse pregnancy outcomes they have suggested, sir. So after getting a prior consent from the doctor who is assisting them, then only have proceeded the studies.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Janachima. Our next chess number 4 for next paper presentation. Prakash Shirevansu. So I request now Prakash Shirevansu for paper presentation. Chess number 4, Prakash Shirevansu. Kindly be ready for your paper presentation. Okay. Chess number 5, Mrs. Vijayalakshmi K. Chess number 5, Vijayalakshmi K. I request you if you are ready for the next scientific paper presentation. Yes. I think Vijayalakshmi K. Ma'am is ready for paper presentation. I'm over to you, ma'am.
Hello. Good morning to everyone. Are you audible, ma'am, my voice?
Yes, madam, it's audible. Please start.
Vijayalakshmi ma'am, you need to unmute and talk, madam.
I muted only. Can you hear my voice?
Vijayalakshmi ma'am, your voice is not audible to us.
Your voice is audible, but slighter volume you should raise.
Now, ma'am?
Yeah. Now it is fine.
So I am presenting review paper only, ma'am. My topic is assessing knowledge regarding eating disorder for adolescents, school children. For adolescents, eating disorder are complex mental health conditions that significantly affecting the physical growth, emotional stabilities, and the social functioning. So common type including bulimia nervosa and binge eating disorders. These disorders are characterized by abnormal eating behaviors, intense fear of weight gain, and disordered body image. Adolescents in critical development stage marked by rapid physical and psychological changes, making individuals more vulnerable to peer pressure and social expectations and media influences regarding ideal body image. So most of the adolescents is developing eating disorders. So methods, this section is based on the narrative synthesis of existing literature on adolescents eating disorders. Information was compiled from studies addressing etiological factors, clinical manifestation, and intervention strategies. The factors review including genetic predisposition, psychological aspects such as low self-esteem, and environmental influences like family dynamic and cultural norms. Evidence-based management approaches including multidisciplinary care, nutritional rehabilitation, and psychological therapies such as cognitive behavioral therapy and family-based interventions were also examined. Under many of the research papers, I find out that result findings indicates that adolescents eating disorder arise from the combination of biological, psychological, and environmental factors affected adolescents, commonly exhibiting the nutritional deficiencies and delayed growth, menstrual irregularities, anxiety, depression, and poor academic performance. Early identification and timely interventions are significantly reduce long-term complications. And multidisciplinary treatment approaches and then combined medical and nutritional and psychological care have shown that improve recovery outcome. So many of the papers I find out and I collected the reviews. And then eating disorders among adolescents and represented the major public health concerns requiring early detection and comprehensive management. Preventive strategies such as school-based health education and then promotion of positive body image and awareness campaign so can effectively reduce the risk factors and integrate.
I'm very sorry for the interruption. As we given in the guidelines, time duration and all the scientific paper presentations not more than 5 minutes. Kindly attend to the rules and regulations. Please, I'm very sorry.
Okay. So there are many papers I collected. This is some background of the study, prevention of adolescent and eating disorders. Actually, mainly I'm going to proceed these studies in school children's, mainly adolescents, to prevent the eating disorders and assessing the knowledge also. I prepared awareness to how to prevent eating disorders and for this further studies. These are my reviews I collected from the many research papers. And in conclusion, the adolescent eating disorders require the comprehensive, collaborative, and preventive approaches to ensure healthy outcome and hence the overall quality of life among adolescents. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity to present my abstract for review paper.
Yeah, Madam Vijayalakshmi.
Sir?
Yeah, sorry for bothering you.
Okay.
Okay, see, I believe this presentation or the topic probably considered as your systematic review or meta-analysis.
Systematic review paper.
Yes. Okay, so there are multiple techniques and methods in which the way systematic review should be presented. Okay, your presentations looks like a concert paper. It is just, so please try to go update yourself with how to go ahead with your systematic review presentations. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, because like it cannot be considered at the national level forum, okay, without following the guidelines of systematic review. Okay, I'm very sorry. Okay, it's not been what is it to the expectations of a minimal percentage of systematic review and meta-analysis. There are a number of guidelines, the process, how a systematic review should be, study should be carried out, and how it should be proceeded.
Okay, sir.
Your almost 5 to 6 slides look like a concept paper, like where you had taken a study or a review and how you criticize in a journal club presentations. It looks like that. Okay. So please follow the guidelines of systematic review and meta-analysis. Anyhow, the attempt of trying to present a paper at the conference, but just try to rectify it in the future. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Vijay Shrikena.
Thank you.
Next, paper presenters, just number 4, Prakash Shirema.
Yes, madam. I'll start.
Yes. So, kindly follow the times. Should not make by panelists and first all the scientific paper presenters.
Madam, my slides are visible.
Not yet, sir. Please share the screen. Prakash sir, you are already sharing. You need to just unmute and talk. Please unmute. The screen is loading. Looks like there is a network issue. Participants, please confirm if you are able to see his screen. Yes, no in the chat box, please.
No. No, sir, it's not visible.
Yeah, not visible. Yes. Prakash sir, your screen is not visible. Please reshare.
Okay. So this share option is not on.
So down there will be share option. Please try that.
Yes, sir. That is not on, sir.
Why? What happened?
The share option is not on, sir.
If you click on the share option, you'll get an option to share your file or the screen.
Excuse me, plus 80 minutes. We'll go for next just number. Just number 6, Sabina Bastava. Miss Sabina Bastava. Sabina Bastava, you are ready? Just raise up your hand and you can take a next paper presentation. Just number 7, Sylvia Nisha Lobo. That's ready. You can go for the next paper
Sabina
presentation. Over to
Bastava
you.
is here. Yes.
Sylvia Lobo. Yes.
Sabina madam, you can share your screen. And you can unmute. Please unmute.
Okay. Presentation topic is the effectiveness of computerized teaching program on knowledge of ventilation among BSc nursing third year students in selected nurses, Belgavi. Coming to introduction, a mechanical ventilation is a positive pressure breathing device that can maintain ventilation and oxygen delivery for a prolonged period. Managing the ventilation need, advanced training and proper knowledge. Delicate handling of ventilator patient from keeping the ventilator setting to suctioning. Assessing the patient from intubation to extubation. To understand the troubleshoot alarm, to handle the situation and solve the cause of troubleshoot alarm, to collaborate members of holistic care, the nurse required situation. Having knowledge about ventilators can increase the confidence among nursing students and ensure best nurse officer with adequate knowledge. This will help them to tackle the situation arising in future and make them competent to clear various competitive exams. The ventilators and circulations to set the ventilator setting in efficient way will make the student empowered. This will help them to provide prompt care the ventilator patient. Coming to the objectives of the study. So first objective of my study is to assess the level of knowledge of student regarding mechanical ventilation. Second, to evaluate the effectiveness of computerized teaching program regarding mechanical ventilation among nursing students. So someone is starting in between screen sharing.
Sorry. Prakash Iramat sir, you just don't interrupt the other participants. Just off the video. Later you can do the presentation, please, sir.
Okay. So second objective of to evaluate the effectiveness of computerized teaching program regarding mechanical ventilation among nursing students. Third, to find out the association between pre-test mechanical ventilation with their socio-demographic variables. Coming to hypothesis, hypothesis will be tested at 0.05 level of significance. Hypothesis 1. The mean post-test knowledge score of student will be significantly higher than mean pre-test score knowledge. Hypothesis 2. There will be significant association between pre-test score of student regarding mechanical ventilation with their selected demographic variable. Material and methodology. The qualitative study path was used with pre-experimental investigation plan for the study. Ethical clearance and authorized detection were attained from concerned authority of Kahir Institute of Nursing Sciences, Belgaum, to collect data for project work. Moving to the next step, the correspondent permission was obtained from all candidates. Structured questionnaire along demographic variables were used as a tool for data collection. Total 100 samples study who were studying in BSc Nursing third year student. Later, the pre-test was conducted among students, followed by a computerized teaching program was instituted on mechanical ventilation among them, or to assess the knowledge score among students. Descriptive statistics was used along with coefficient of correlation for obtaining the result. Coming to the conceptual framework, so I had used Ludwig von Butterfly open system for a conceptual framework. So my input here includes socio-demographic variables like age, gender, and religion. Throughput here includes of computerized teaching program to provide knowledge regarding mechanical ventilation. Output includes analysis, descriptive initial statistics, and improved knowledge on mechanical ventilation, and feedback was formed. Coming to the result part, the pre-test mean knowledge score of participants was 18.47 and the standard deviation was 3.92, while the post-mean knowledge score was 22.7 and the standard deviation was 4.93. The difference between mean pre-test and post-test is 4.30. Similarly, the pre-test and post-test standard deviation is 1.01. Analysis was for identifying association between knowledge level and selected variables by computer square test. So this is the graph which is showing pre-test and post-test value. Coming to discussion, majority of the student nurses, 77%, belong to the age group of 20 to 22 years and lowest belong to the age group of 19 to 29. That most of the students were Hindu, that is 80%, and least belong to other groups. Majority of the student nurses were female, 67%, and 33% were male. Most of the students had previous knowledge on mechanics, 79%, and 21% were not on mechanical ventilation. Coming to the conclusion part, study concluded that computerized teaching program on mechanical ventilation effective in improving knowledge among student nurses. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Madam, can I know your name?
It's Sabina Bastawad, ma'am. So,
okay. Sabina, good presentation. Okay, few concerns and clarifications from my side. You can just note down or look into it and get it done. My first question, yeah, the thing is, you had used a computerized teaching program.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is the background concept of that computerized teaching program?
So it will give a better virtual view related to the relation. So I wanted to show the
My
settings.
question is, no, my question is, it is something related to app or is it something like PowerPoint presentation? Or what is that computerized teaching program? Because like nowhere you had just mentioned. Please tell me.
Sir, it was a PowerPoint presentation which I had used.
Okay. So under computerized teaching program, like the audiovisual aids which you had adopted is on PowerPoint presentations. Okay. Because
Yes,
generally like computerized teaching programs and all will be like a modules or a self-instructed videos, okay, where it will be accessed by the students at any point of time and will be trying to learn it and understand the concept what you had structured in your video or with that program, and they will be responding to that because that was not clearly stated by your end on what is that computerized teaching programs about. And your methodology was not very clear. See, the heading you had mentioned, the materials and methods, you have to start with structuring from research approach to still your plan of data analysis or what the data analysis method, step by step, almost like 12 to 14 major components are there because the methodology part is very important along with your objectives. And
yes, but actually,
please.
That's why I had put little things in it. Means according to the they told I am a ready format should be there and
No,
slide should be 10. So I left it over there.
yes, IMRD format is applicable for abstract and other things, but like you can just go ahead with the major subcomponents of your methodology. Because as evaluators or judges or examiners, we always expect the presenter to get focused on objectives and methodology and on the results part. And you had mentioned,
I'll make sure.
yeah, sure. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You had mentioned 100 BSc nursing students and some one college name you had stated. So is it the strength of
Yes, sir.
intake of that particular college is 100 BSc students?
No, sir, it is 200. So inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria was there. So depending on that, I had taken 100 samples among them.
Okay, 100 students, like to which group you had taken? Is it first year, second year, third year, or fourth year?
Third year BSc nursing students, sir.
Okay, third year BSc nursing students, 200 is intake and you had selected 100. So you don't want
Yes,
the other
sir.
100 students to have knowledge on mechanical ventilation?
No, sir. Inclusion criteria I had mentioned age group. So the students who were not fitting in that age group I had not taken, sir.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong. It is unethical and it is, what is that? You are not doing a fair study or a fair research for always like the research should be a beneficiary for your samples or for the participants who are getting involved in your research activities. Okay. And coming to discussion part, like in discussions, we had mentioned about all socio-demographic variables. So discussion chapter is based on your results. Okay, what are all the contradictory studies or supporting studies which are correlating with your research findings should be mentioned in the discussion chapter. So please understand and make it clear of like what are all the aspects which should be included in your discussion chapters. And like association and your effectiveness of your studies, like always try to represent in the tabular column and mention the values and clearly state that like what is the change in the improvement. Don't bring it in the what is it word content form like where the mean was like somewhere you mentioned 18.27 and 22.7 post test something and all. So always it should be represented in regard to tabular columns or your diagrammatic representations. That's the reason in statistics we have like the presentations of data should be in table, graphs, and diagrams. So please try to incorporate it in future presentations. Anyhow, good attempt to have your presentation in this forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, madam. Good attempt. Thank you. I think sir has covered the major part.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam.
I request Prakash Shiraman for next paper presentation. Over to you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Madam, my slides are visible.
Yes, sir, your slides are visible. Please make it full screen, sir.
No, sir, it's not visible.
Participants, please confirm if you can see Dr. Prakash's slide. Type yes or no in the chat box. Yes. All right. Prakash sir, please make it full screen.
Yes.
Better slides now.
Now it's visible, sir?
Yes, visible. Please make it go to the first slide and start.
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, it's visible. Okay, go ahead with presentation.
Yes. First and foremost, I would like to thank organizing committee for giving this opportunity to present my abstract on this platform. Myself, Mr. Prakash Hiramat, PhD scholar, Department of Community Health Nursing, and my study statement is effectiveness of learning package on impact of COVID-19 pandemic on physical, mental, social, and economic status among adults at selected villages of Gokak Taluk, Karnataka. Introduction. COVID-19 affected people all over the world, as you all know. Daily life activities were disturbed due to lockdowns. Adults faced many problems like physical health problems, mental health problems, reduced social interactions, financial difficulties. Thus, the pandemic affected all aspects of health. Need for the study. People experienced stress, fear, and uncertainty during the COVID-19 pandemic. Many families faced financial problems, social isolation, reduced support from others. Many people did not know how to cope up with these problems. Therefore, there was a need for a learning package to improve awareness and coping skills. Materials. My objective is to develop and evaluate learning package to overcome the impact of COVID-19 pandemic among adults. Research design is pre-experimental research design, that is one group pre-test and post-test research design. My study setting is Gatapro village, Taluk district, Belgaum. Sample size was 130 adults, and those who are aged between 18 to 16 years of old. And sampling method was simple random sampling technique, that was lottery method. And tool was self-constructed assessment scales. So this is the result. Functional status was assessed using functional status scale. Mental status was assessed using anxiety and stress scale. Social status was assessed using social relationship scale. And economic status was assessed using economic status scale. The pre-test mean score in all aspects of health were higher than the post-test mean scores. So this indicates that the impact of COVID-19 pandemic was more before intervention and reduced after intervention. So the results were significantly, statistically significant, and it shows that learning package was effective to overcome the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Table 1 paired t-test, t-values computed between the pre-test and post-test scores of functional status scale. The pre-test mean score was 11.50, and after intervention it reduced to 7.50. The paired t-value was 3.162, which was higher than the table value at 0.05 level of significance. Hence, the results are statistically significant, showing that the intervention was effective. Therefore, the learning package was effective in improving physical health status among adults. Table 2, paired t-test value computed between the pre-test and post-test scores of mental status. The pre-test mean score of anxiety and stress were 13.62 and 30 respectively. After intervention, the post-test mean score reduced to 7.33 in both aspects. The paired T values were 5.39 and 20.31 respectively, which was higher than the table value at 0.05 level of significance. Hence, the results are statistically significant, showing that the intervention was effective. Therefore, the learning package was very effective in reducing anxiety and stress among adults. Table 3 paired t-test values computed between the pre-test and post-test scores of social relationship scale. The pre-test mean score was 26.50 and the post-test mean score was reduced to 17. The paired t value was 7.71, which was higher than the table value at 0.05 level of significance. Hence, the results are statistically significant, showing that the intervention was effective. Therefore, the learning package was effective in improving social relationship among adults. Table 4, paired test values computed between the pre-test and post-test scores of economic status scale. The pre-test mean score was 5.67 and the post-test mean score was score reduced to 3.33. The paired t value was 7, which was higher than the table value at 0.05 level of significance. Hence, the results are statistically significant, showing that the intervention was effective. Therefore, the learning package was effective in improving economic status among adults. Discussion. The study findings revealed that the learning package was effective in improving the overall health status of adults. There was a significant improvement in all four aspects like mental status, physical status, mental status, social status, and economic status. The post-test scores were significantly lower than the pre-test scores, indicating education in the health problems after the intervention. The paired t-test showed statistically significant results in all areas. Therefore, the learning package was effective in overcoming the impact of COVID-19 pandemic among adults. The study highlights the importance of educational interventions in promoting health and improving coping abilities. Thank you.
Mr. Prakash. Hello, Prakash.
He's on screen, sir.
Prakash, can you hear me?
His screen is frozen, sir. Now he's back. Dr. Prakash, sir, can you hear us? Dr. Rajesh wants to ask you some questions.
Mr. Prakash, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Fine. Okay. I just have some few suggestions for you. Okay. What is this learning package which you had used in your study?
Sir, learning package is like a booklet which includes there are certain guidelines to overcome the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, sir.
No, actually, see, your study may be having some interventional perspectives on learning package, and your dependent variables were on like physical, then what is it? Anxiety, stress, and social relationship and all. Okay. So through your learning package, okay, whether you were assessing the knowledge component or are you assessing these physical, mental, anxiety components and all?
Yes, sir. I am assessing their health status, sir, with the help of scales.
Okay, but like
can you display that objectives slide, sir? Can you display that objective slide, objectives of your study slide? Can you just display?
Yes.
It was not to be seen. Title and objectives was not to be seen. After the introduction, directly it was skipped to materials and methods. Please mute yourself.
Materials and methods.
Yeah, Prakash.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, see, objectives you had mentioned to develop and evaluate the impact of learning packages. So that's not objective. That is like your overall concept or the aim of your study. So the objectives of the study, how to follow, like how your research proceedings is going to happen with that. and you had limited only like 130 adults, but 2-3 villages you had shown. Okay, so those
No, sir,
perspectives.
only one village is shown. One
Oh.
village is shown, sir. Getaprabha village.
Okay, but like we expect like COVID pandemic is applicable, or like it has got disturbance with all the people. Okay, it is not
Yes.
only with adults, like either, and like gender difference or categorizations is not shown. Only like age, somewhere I saw 18 or 29 to 60, something like that you had mentioned, either. And all your
Yes.
analysis presentations is talking about the scales. Okay, those are all the
Yes.
scales which are used to know like what is the level of anxiety, or like your stress or your social relationships, etc.
Yes.
Okay, but like you have to focus exactly on the components, and there are methods, and again like the methodologies and the steps which you have to follow in the research process. So kindly just look into it, like how each things are presented.
Yes,
Thank
sir. Fine, sir.
Good afternoon,
I
sir.
think, I think sir
Yes,
has
good
covered
afternoon.
majority points. Thank you, sir.
Yes, fine, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Prakash Singh.
Yes, sir.
Sir, just one add-on point here. The
Okay, sir.
tool which one used, this is you have prepared, or this is WHO? We have one quality
No, sir.
scale.
It is constructed by me only, sir. All the scales were constructed by me only, sir.
Just you can just refer one WHO quality of scale, quality of life. We have to, and that refer you modify it as per your convenience, your sampling. You can
Yes, sir.
proceed with it. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Fine, sir.
Always you should use standardized tools. Standardized tools.
Yes, sir.
That's always
Yes.
required for research. Huh? Thank you.
Fine, sir. Yes.
Thank you, Professor Prakash Hiremat. Next, just number 7, Sylvia Nisha Lobo. Requesting ma'am you to present your paper presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. I'm here to, I thank you for the opportunity here. A warm good afternoon to the distinguished judges as well as all the organizing committee members. So I'm here to present my scientific paper on the topic that is effectiveness of planned teaching program on knowledge and attitude regarding teenage pregnancy among adolescent girls in selected high schools at Mangalore. So the need for the study, my study is that is teenage pregnancy. It is mainly a major public health issues, especially which is seen in the developing regions. So because of that, it is higher risk. There will be higher risk as well as negative impacts on the education. So improving their knowledge is as well as attitude among the adolescent girls through the structured knowledge teaching helps to prevent any early pregnancies. And in the what is the need of the study, that is mainly adolescent girls often lack proper knowledge about teenage pregnancy, what are the risks as well as leading to the early pregnancies that affect their health as well as that is the future opportunities. So therefore planned teaching programs are needed to improve the awareness and prevent such outcomes. Moving on to objectives of the studies. The main objective of my study was to assess the pretest knowledge and attitude score regarding teenage pregnancy, to evaluate the effectiveness of planned teaching program on knowledge and attitude regarding teenage pregnancy, to find out the correlation between knowledge and attitude regarding the teenage pregnancy, and to find the association between the pre-test score of knowledge and attitude with the selected demographic variables. So moving on to hypothesis. So here it was assumed that there will be a significant difference between the pre-test as well as post-test knowledge as well as the attitude of the adolescent girls, there will be a change, as well as there is a correlation between the knowledge and attitude score regarding the teenage pregnancy, as well as there will be a significant association between the pre-test score with the attitude and along with their socio-demographic variables. So here, the research methodology, moving on to research methodology, evaluative approach with a quasi-experiment, one group pre-test, post-test design was used. Purposive sampling technique to select the high school, as well as a stratified random sampling technique was used to select the samples for the study. The data was collected from 60 adolescent girls. After pre-test, planned teaching program was administered and post-test was administered after 7 days using the same structured knowledge questionnaire, and a liquid 5-point scale, attitude scale was used. Along with that, before the study, the consent of the students was also taken. And the data was analyzed through the descriptive as well as inferential statistics. So moving on to the results. So here, the frequency and percentage distribution of samples according to the demographic variables are, so 60 adolescent girls were there. So here that was, age was distributed, that is 13, 14 and 15 years of adolescent girls. And most of them from urban areas when we are checking for the place of residence. And in the type of family, they were from nuclear joint as well as from the extended family. And they had, when checking their previous information on the teenage pregnancy, here 23.3% of the students, they had no information regarding the teenager pregnancy. So next, moving on to the level of knowledge. So level of knowledge, here 61.7% of students had poor knowledge and 38.3% had average knowledge regarding the teenage pregnancy. Next, when I'm checking the attitude of the adolescent girls, here 12% of the students had an unfavorable attitude, 48% had a neutral attitude, as well as 0% had none of them had a favorable attitude regarding the teenage pregnancy. So in effectiveness of planned teaching program, next moving on to the next, that is section, that is effectiveness of planned teaching program on the level of knowledge. Here, in the pre-test, 61.7% had a poor knowledge, 38.3% had an average knowledge, and 0% had a good knowledge. When the post-test, after the post-test, 0% had a poor knowledge, average, that is 25% had a average knowledge, as well as 75% of the student had a good knowledge. And when checking effectiveness of planned teaching program on the level of attitude, here 20% had an unfavorable attitude at the time of a pre-test, and 80% had a neutral attitude, as well as 0% had a favorable attitude. But after the post-test, 0% had an unfavorable attitude, 75% had a neutral attitude, as well as 25% had a neutral favorable attitude. So here it this showed that the planned, so it proved that planned teaching program was effective in improving the knowledge and attitude of adolescent girls regarding the teenage pregnancy. So when in the correlation between knowledge and attitude, here there was a weak positive correlation was, that is pre-test knowledge and attitude was interpreted by Carl Pearson's correlation. Here it showed that a weak positive correlation between knowledge and attitude regarding teenage pregnancy among the adolescent girls. And when the correlation was checked, that is association between the pre-test and the post-test attitude score, that along with the demographic variables. So here association between pre-test knowledge and scores, demographic variables of adolescent girls revealed that there was significant association which was found in the age as well as educational status, and association between the attitude score as well as demographic variables of adolescent girls revealed that there was a significant association which was seen in the education of the mother as well as the occupation of the father. So many of the studies it has been conducted regarding the teenage pregnancy, assessing their knowledge as well as attitude of the teenage pregnancies. And in my current study, that present study showed that the planned teaching program was effectively improve the adolescent knowledge and attitudes regarding the teenage pregnancy, emphasizing the importance of educational interventions in the schools. So the conclusion is that the study concludes that the planned teaching program was effective in significantly improving both knowledge and attitude regarding teenage pregnancy among adolescent girls. Prior to the interventions, participants largely exhibited poor knowledge and neutral as well as unfavorable attitudes. So following the program, there was a marked increase in knowledge levels and a positive shift in attitudes with no unfavorable attitudes were observed. So these findings indicate that structured educational interventions can play a vital role in enhancing awareness and promoting the healthier attitudes among the adolescents. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Madam Sylvia.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Hello, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, a good presentation.
Thank you,
Good
sir.
attempt. Okay. So few clarifications are there. Okay, and suggestions you can just note down and try to incorporate in the future.
Yes, sir.
Actually, the topic is good, but only concern is like a little bit sensitive one where you're going to talk about on teenage pregnancies among the adolescents. Yeah. So level of knowledge you had mentioned like poor, average, and good. Okay. Ideally, the standard nomenclature which we try to interpret with your knowledge will be always like adequate or inadequate, moderate, not like the term related to poor or average and good and all.
Oh,
And
yes,
again,
sir.
categorization is important. How you just subdivide in inadequate, moderate, and adequate. And my second thing is on quality of attitude or maybe a level of attitude. So you had mentioned something on 12% favorable attitude in pre-test and 25% favorable attitude in post-test. Can you make me a little clear, like that means the attitude of these students is positive towards getting understood about this teenage pregnancies, or like they are welcoming to have a teenage pregnancies in adolescence?
No, sir, they were not welcoming, sir. So that was, they had a, that is here,
So you should be like little clear of like what is that favorable and unfavorable attitude in regard to your study variable on teenage pregnancies. Okay, because like the values somewhere showing is contradicting and like not very clear enough. And the third one is regarding correlation. You had mentioned about like 0.1397, almost a weak positive correlation. What is that interpretation? How you interpret that, like when you have such values?
so here that is R value was calculated and it is a 0.13 was indicated.
No. I got all your R values, your Paul Pearsons, your scatter diagram, everything is okay. But like when you're presenting, you should interpret that value like as the knowledge increases. Okay, the attitude towards the students are moving good or positive towards the particular phenomena, or
Yes,
like
sir.
negative, or like as you had mentioned, like since the knowledge was very poor, okay, the students' attitude was not to the expected, because attitude is something related to their feelings or understanding or emotions or their views or opinion and all. So you
Yes,
should
sir.
know how the knowledge is influencing on the attitude part. That's why we go with correlation, since the value is 0.1, almost equal to near to 0. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So it shows that like there is no what is that relationship between knowledge and attitude or other. But however it is, since statistically you got a value of 0.13, you have to mention it. And with your association table, I was a little surprised because like some variables which you had stated, it is showing significant associations, were all like the attribute variables on like occupational status or mother's education, something and all, but I don't know how it influences on knowledge and attitude of adolescents girls. So you should be very clear of when doing this selected demographic variables, which are all the variables having an impact on the adolescents girls in regard to knowledge and attitude. That's why in the objectives, we mention it as a selected socio-demographic variables. So to know that selected socio-demographic variables, your previous literatures will support that, which are all the variables were found in the previous studies with associations and all. Because like, okay, statistically you got it, you had some value at shown in your research studies, but clinically or practically, those variables may not be having any linkage with these teenage girls and all, that too in regard to understanding of teenage pregnancies. Those are some of the suggestions. Otherwise, like your level of confidence, the way you had organized the presentation was appreciable.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, madam. I think presentation was quite good enough. I would like to know what was your motivation to take up this study, madam?
Sir, it is basically
The reason being, if we could analyze, being born and brought up in Karnataka, there are other districts in Karnataka wherein teenage pregnancy is quite common. If I talk about other backward districts and all, right, compared to Mangaluru. The reason is, I think, if I'm correct, I think the other judges also may comment, or maybe they are on par with me, I assume. The reason being, I think literacy level of Mangaluru compared to, literacy, let me complete. Literacy level of Mangaluru is preferably better than any other districts in Karnataka, right? When we talk about teenage pregnancy, that's what I just wanted to know. What was your motivation to take up this topic, ma'am? That's the only question what I have, ma'am.
When I was working in the hospital, sir, I have seen many of the cases, sir, who have come to the hospital, sir, were not knowing that they were pregnant, and many of them they delivered. I have seen they came here with the full dilatation of the cervix, sir. So I felt that they had an inadequate knowledge, because they might had some misconceptions saying first intercourse may not get pregnant, or they may had a missed periods, maybe because of that, or withdrawal method was useful, maybe because of that. So many of the cases I have witnessed saying there was a pregnancies, adolescent pregnancies, who had come to the hospitals, sir. So I thought this will be a good topic for this one paper presentation and for the research, sir.
Good, madam. I appreciate you, and I hope somebody from Kalyana, Karnataka take up this topic, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Sylvia mentioned it as unprotected sexual contact and unethical contact. Okay, not like first sexual intercourse like will lead to pregnancy. Okay. Those are all like unprotected sexual contacts and unethical.
Yes, sir.
They are aware of it, but like ethically it is not permitted. Teenage pregnancies before it is given.
Yes, sir.
So it is unsexual intercourses, unprotected sexual intercourses and unethical sexual relationships.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next, I request judge number 8, Geeta ma'am, to be ready for your paper presentation. Geeta ma'am, I request you to come live for paper presentation. I think all our judges.
Jyoti, how many more are there candidates?
Sir, we are going to winding up the session, sir. We are taking next session after 4 p.m., sir.
Okay, because we have a break and I have one more meeting
after
at
4 p.m., sir.
After 4,
okay. Yeah, between 4 to 5 p.m., Rajesh, sir.
Okay, so please give a reminder because I have one more meeting at 4 o'clock.
Sure. It's our pleasure to remind you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, one participant is online, sir. We are going to wind up with her, sir. Geeta ma'am, we are waiting for her, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
So with this presentation, you are taking a break?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, sir. Geeta ma'am, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please share the slides.
Please go ahead and sharing your slides.
I'm not able to share my slides, ma'am. I don't know why.
Madam, you have already shared your screen. You need to share that PowerPoint wala window. Or you can share the full screen, no problem.
Yes, sir, I'm not able to see. Where is my screen?
Yeah, your screen is already visible to us. You have shared the wrong window. You are sharing the Zoom workspace window. You need to share the PowerPoint slide window. What I'll do is I'll stop the screen sharing from my end. Please try again. Yeah, you can try again now.
Share your slides.
Please click on the left side button, top left side. There is a back button. Yeah, click on that one. Top left side. There is a small arrow. Yeah.
So can you
You can
see
make
my
it.
screen now?
Yeah, please make it full screen. Yes, perfect. Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you for allowing me to do my paper presentation today. I'm Geeta Dhaka. I would like to present my study. It's a pilot study, a study to assess the effectiveness of structured nursing interventions package on maternity outcome among women with post-cesarean section. Introduction of the study is we are now nowadays seeing that number of cesarean section is increasing. Though a cesarean section is an imperative element in the obstetric care for preventing complication during labor and saving lives of mother and fetus when some obstetric or medical conditions arises. According to the National Survey 4 and 5 from 2016, where the CS rates were 17.2%, and in 2019 and 21, the CS rate has reached to 21.5%. Despite of various government schemes which have subsidized the CS deliveries in the public and the private sectors in India. Although the WHO, which has given some standards and recommendations for number of total cesarean section in the institute is, which should be between 10 to 15%, but we are seeing that these numbers have gone almost double of it. Objectives of the study is to assess pre-intervention maternity outcomes among post-cesarean women, to implement the structured nursing interventions package to post-cesarean women of experimental group, to assess post-intervention maternity outcomes among women who receive the structured nursing interventions package and routine nursing care, to compare the maternity outcomes between women who receive the structured nursing intervention and those who receive standard postnatal care, to determine association between effectiveness of structured nursing intervention package between the different social variables. Hypothesis of the study: there is significant difference in maternity outcome among women who receive the structured nursing intervention package and those who receive standard post-operative care. There is a significant difference in post-intervention maternity outcome among women who receive the structured nursing intervention and those who receive the standardized post-operative care. There is a significant difference in the comparison of both the groups, and there is a significant difference in association between the effectiveness of nursing intervention package and selected demographic variables. In the research methodology, quantitative method was used, a quasi-experimental research design, and in this research setting, I selected district hospital Paota in Jodhpur. These are some study variables, dependent variables and independent variables. In the population and sample, the target population was the women who had undergone cesarean section just after the cesarean section around 6 hours. Non-probability purposes sampling method was used. For study sample, according to the formula, around 150 samples were selected to be around 200, but as this is the pilot study, so I went for 10% of the total number of the sample, that is 20 samples. This is the inclusion criteria: women who has undergone cesarean section, those who will give informed consent, and the women whose age is between 18 to 45 years of age. Exclusive criteria: the women, those who have some kind of mental issues, those who have undergone some complication after or before the cesarean section, and those who are not giving the consent. As it is a pilot study, so I took 10% of the total sample size. Data collection will be a quantitative data, structured interview questionnaire or demographic, which will include the demographic variable, obstetric characteristics, activity rating scale before and after the exercise, and pain level visual analog. In the structured nursing intervention care, I have started early ambulation and some connective tissue manipulation exercises like deep breathing exercises, some abdominal muscle extension and flexion, then turning in the bed before sitting, then sitting and then just daggling their legs at the bedside, then start walking with few steps and then increasing the number of steps. And for pain relieving method, non-pharmacological method like exercise, massaging, hot water bottle. Data analysis, descriptive statistics, mean frequency percentage for demographic data. In spatial statistics, paired t-test, chi-square for categorizing variable. Reliability tool 0.82 from the alpha reliability test. Major finding analysis: from the analysis of the pilot study, data was conducted across the sections, demographic section, then pain score and the maternity outcome. The demographic profile of 20 participants shows a diverse age range and educational background. Age distribution sample is evenly spread across the several age groups from 26 to 30, 36 to 14, 41 to 45 age. Educational: most of the participants had at least secondary education, though there is a representation from primary and no formal education criteria. Occupation: most of the participants were homemakers, and 18 out of 10, which is 90%. Mobility and pain analysis: these are some activities which were done, like at the rest, how much pain they experienced, and then deep breathing and coughing, how much pain they. So they have rated it into the mild, moderate, and severe. Based on the pain scoring guides provided, like 1 to 2 is mild, 3 to 4 is moderate, and 5 is severe. Here is the analysis for the pain level reported across the various activities in the study. Prevalence of severe pain during the mobility activity involving movement, particularly walking few steps, shows the highest level of pain, severe pain, with 16 out of 20 participants reporting a score of 5. Moderate pain at rest While still significant, lying quietly in the bed was the activity where the most participants reported moderate pain rather than severe pain. Absence of mild pain across all 20 participants and all 6 activities measured, no score of 1 or 2 mild were recorded. Maternity analysis, this section tackles the achievement of clinical and functional recovery milestones. Like 100% of the participants used analgesic to reduce the pain level, whereas the breastfeeding, 85% they started their breastfeeding within the 6 hours of the delivery, and 35% person of the women they were able to hold their baby independently while breastfeeding. Mobility milestone, while 50% could walk only 5 meters and 5% had progressed to walk the 40 meters at the time of the study. These were the points which we include in the maternity outcome, like how they can breastfeed, whether the catheter was removed, diet was presumed or started again, then initiation of breastfeeding, whether the women can come out of the bed, the hormone sign, the normal involution of the uterus, whether she has passed the flatters, whether she has passed the stool, progressive in the bone, whether she could pass the urine independently, usage of analgesic, which we can see all of the candidates they said that they have to use analgesic to reduce the pain level. Vitals in walking at distance, walking about 40, and then normal vaginal bleeding. This is the maternity outcome. You can see in the pre-test, the 100% said that the analgesic is required to reduce the pain. But in the control group and experimental group, we can see that there is a reduction of the use of the analgesic after they receive the structured nursing intervention. Similarly, with the breastfeeding, we can see the 100% of the control group and the experimental group, the breastfeeding was initiated. And according to the data, we can see the control group and in the experimental group has shown a better progress after receiving the nursing intervention, and the control group has also shown, but it's not that significant or that improvement. In the control group, the mean outcome score the pre-test on the day 1 was 2.58, while post-test score on day 5 was 8.12. The calculated p-test for the p-test between both groups from day 1 was 0.1786, indicating no statistically significant difference. However, the p-values for the post-test day 5 was 10.673, saying statistically significant difference. The p-test comparison between control group and the experimental group was not significant differences, as the calculated value was lower than the table value at the 5% level of significance. In contrast, the post-test comparison shows statistically different significance as the calculated value exceeded the table value at the same level. Whereas within the group analysis in the experimental group from day 1 to day 5 shows FT value the 431.72 with the table value less than 0.05, indicating statistically significant results. Similar for the pain level comparison in the experimental group, the p-value was 173.4742, confirming a significant difference across the days. These findings demonstrate the substantial reduction in the pain level among the women who underwent cesarean section following the early ambulation. Association, there was no significant association between the socio-demographic variables and mean maternal outcome or pain levels among women who underwent cesarean section in both control and experimental group. Thank you, sir.
Madam Geeta?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have some few maybe suggestions or corrections which you can look into it. My first concern was like you had mentioned structured nursing interventions on maternal outcomes.
Yes.
Okay, that is on the post-cesarean section. Which group these mothers are? Are they primary mothers or multigravida mothers?
So they were just post-cesarean women. There's nothing primary or multi. I included all the post-cesarean women.
Because there is always like, again, the impact will be different on the primary post-cesarean mothers comparatively with your multi cesarean mothers. Okay,
So,
so you should be very
so what I thought means if a para woman is there and still she is having a first cesarean section, so this cesarean section or this operation is for the first time for her. So the movement which we are expecting means that the wound, the tear what which is over the abdomen is for the first time for her. If a woman is having second cesarean section, then maybe we can find some pain level or some maternity outcomes could be different.
Geeta, the basic understanding is, see, primary cesarean mothers always will have lots of issues or concern in regard to maternal complications and other things. The multi cesarean mothers, like already they're exposed to LSCS. Okay, so they know like what is the protocol which they have to follow or how they have to come out of with the scenarios and all. So here my suggestion is the primary concern is you should have gone for like the primary mothers who had undergone with LSCS. And the second one is what is it? You had mentioned somewhere like these intervention protocols will be applicable to those mothers after 6 hours. Is it
Yes,
6 hours or 6 days?
6 hours
Okay.
after cesarean sections.
Okay. Because like again, it's a very sensitive and important perspectives. Like ideally, like 1 to 2 hours it will take for them to get recovered from post OT or post cesareans and all, followed by like maybe 4 to 6 hours. Like they'll have a shift from the OT or to the ward or whatever the high risk areas and all. But like in which way it can just executed with maternal outcomes with after immediately after 6 hours is a very questionable. Okay, so ideally, as per my knowledge or understanding, the normal vaginal delivery mothers will be discharged on third day, and the cesarean mothers on fifth or seventh day.
Seventh day.
Assessment, yeah, should have been carried out on probably after a day the mother had been undergone with this cesareans, because definitely I had undergone a surgery and you will have all these issues and concern and pain and all immediately after 6 hours, because you mentioned one is mobility, pain, and what is that, analgesics use, breastfeeding, and some mobility milestones and all of those. So it will be a major sensitive issues and concern in regard to the minimal of 6 hours of post cesarean and all. But I'm telling, like, since it's a pilot study, you can just have the changes with your main studies and go ahead with assessment of all these perspectives after the first day, after 24 hours of cesarean sections. Okay.
So
And
nowadays, so nowadays, according to the post-cesarean activity, after 6 hours, obstetrician or the doctor, they also start the women to move their feet, start breastfeeding. Breastfeeding should be started after within 1 hour after the delivery, so that the mother can start feed the baby. So here that's why I have put this milestone. And the mobility also, it may not be like she cannot turn in the bed, she may not cannot sit on the bed, but to move their feet and doing deep breathing exercises, these can be performed after 6 hours.
no, that is okay, but see, breastfeeding is mandatory for any type of mother, like either it is a normal or cesarean or whatever it is. That is another part of it. Like, but like where assessment of pain or analgesics or mobility issues and all. Ideally, see, after a day also, if the mother is not like moving off her feet or not stepping down from bed and sitting in the chair or like in semi-fowler's position in the cot itself, it is a concern. Okay, so there only the complication starts or the impact starts with the maternal outcome. But ideally, I don't think so. After 4 or 6 hours, none of the mother will try to support or cooperative in carrying out all these activities and all. Okay, you can just incorporate, like if it is at your end, like how it will. And like somewhere in your analysis, I had seen like what is that, both experimental control group, etc. But like nowhere in your design you had mentioned about the type of studies. What is the type of study which you...
Quasi-experimental, sir. Quasi-experimental.
Quasi-experimental study.
So, yes,
What is
sir.
your sampling?
There are two groups, sir.
Sampling technique?
The sampling technique is, I'll take two groups, control group and
I
experimental
got
group.
a control group. I
So,
saw in the analysis and all, but like you have to mention what is the
non-probability. So, non-probability.
non-probability. Maybe I believe non-probability purposive sampling, but like experimental group, how many mothers, and control group, how many mothers, etc. And as I mentioned, you be clear with primi and multi-gravida mothers and all. Okay. Okay, please look into it, those perspectives, and nowhere you had very clearly mentioned like under frequency and percentages and all, how many mothers are experiencing with those aspects and all, because like you had just taken those scales and what is the subcategorizations in that, like you had mentioned it in a line diagram and all. It is always best to present it in a tabular form on frequency and percentage perspectives, like how many mothers are perceiving pain, mobilities, etc. And all. Okay. To just wind up quickly, in your hypothesis, somewhere you had put like significant difference for association hypothesis and all. I don't think so. Association hypothesis will have a significant difference. Okay, it will be like the association between your variables and as well as on your maternal outcomes, etc. Please look into it. And before your discussion slide, somewhere I had seen you the values related to F test and all. F test was 431.72, 173.42, etc. and all. I didn't get it very clear, like how this F test is incorporated in regard to experimental and control group. Because usually
it's a T test. I think it's a misprint or have not.
No, there is a major drastic understanding and difference between your T test and F test and all. Okay, maybe this F test can be incorporated when you just wanted to have the comparisons of maternal outcomes on like first day, fifth day, seventh day, like that. When you have a different days of categorizations, you can adopt it. But somewhere I had seen like only 1 and fifth day or something, and your group also only 2 only. So be very clear and all, and don't use just like that capital N and small f, etc. or t-test and all in research. In research, each letter, each word has got some impact on that. And moreover, okay, don't mention it in your title as a pilot study. In your presentation, you can mention it, okay, as pilot study. But in the title, no need of it. These suggestions and what is it? Inputs you can just incorporate in your main study. And to appreciate you, it's a yeah, good interventional package that too you had mentioned structured nursing interventions, and be very specific on what are all those nursing interventions which can really have the impact on the maternal outcomes. Okay, since you have taken it as a good interventional studies in that regard, it is highly appreciable for your side. Thank you, Geeta.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I think Madam sir rightly said, when you talk about nursing intervention in your operational definitions, be very specific in that, madam. That is one thing. And second thing I would like to ask, you are working in the state of Rajasthan. I think you are working in government sector. What were the ethical implications, madam, ethical considerations? Was it easy for you to get the permissions and all? Ethical. One thing which I would like to ask, which I think sir has covered majority of the thing. Ethical part, because you're working in the state of Rajasthan, that too you're working in Jodhpur and it's a government sector, right? Ethical.
Yes,
How did you get cleared in the ethical
so we
thing?
have
Challenges what you faced?
So we have a medical college here and ethical committee also. So we have to present in front of them, and they allow and they just give suggestion and changes whatever are required. And after that, they allow us to.
Fine, madam. Did they ask about this nursing package when we were presenting it in the ethical committee about what exactly is it and all? Because they would be very eager to know, especially the medical personnel would be there in the ethical review board or IRB, ERB, whatever we call it as. Did they question you much, and how did you face that, madam? Some challenges what you would have faced, could you just express? Because government sector, probably it's not that easy when we talk about that.
So actually, we have a
I
nursing
am aware
college
of it,
here.
madam. I am aware.
So the students, so they allow us, and though we have to present in front of them, they also ask questions. Like for this 6 hours question which Sir Rajesh sir has asked, initially I took this to 12 hours because I also had this concern that women after cesarean section of 12 hours I thought it was early. 12 hours is early. But when I present there, they said no, 12 hours is delay. You should go for 6 hours. Because nowadays, after cesarean section, 6 hours is recommended. And DBT and the other problems are also there. So you should start before. Don't go for 12 hours, start with 6 hours. So that's why I was able to answer things to Rajesh. So few questions obviously sir, they changed me, like the age they asked me that I included the age like 18 to initially
Was
it
there
was
any
16.
difficulties faced for you during the data collection or anything as such, madam? No.
No, for data collection they said no. This is the ask me that I'm which institute I'm taking and whether the number of cesarean sections are undergoing there.
Yes.
Whether you will be able to segregate the control group and experimental group, because in a small institute they have a common post-operative ward. So how will you separate them? Because if you're giving intervention to one woman, another woman who is in your control group is seeing that. So your data will not be the thing. The results which you are accepting may not be the right.
Thank you, madam. And
So,
the second thing, we are glad that I think you are working, you are enrolled for the 10 p.m. nurse practitioner midwife course, and Rajasthan, I think they have very nicely accepted. I hope, I think they have taken it in a positive spirit and they have taken it up, right, mama?
Yes, sir.
Because we are struggling at Rajiv Gandhi University. I think our former dean last time, I think he had a very bit of struggle to get these courses approved, which is being approved by INC already, right?
Yes, sir. NPM course is running in Rajasthan since 2021.
Okay, how is the response for that, madam? It's fine. It's accepted everywhere.
So it's well accepted in Jodhpur.
Are they allowing you to practice
NPM,
individually? I would like to know, because it's a practitioner course, right?
yes, it's a practitioner course. So though there are few conflicts, but for multi-gravida, they are allowing us to conduct deliveries.
Good to know, madam. Thank you and all the very best, madam.
Yes. Thank you.
Geeta, as main concern is like, see, the obstetrical professionals or medical professionals will not let our nursing people to carry out with those interventions. That is the reason I was asking, like, whether you had been granted permission to carry out with all these interventions with LSCS mothers. Because even if I am an obstetrician, okay, I may not let anyone to do anything for my patients on the immediate post-operative of 6 hours unless someone, I have a trained nurses or a trained professionals who can take care. So that's why Sarah's put a right question that what is ethically challenge of implementing with those interventions in. Taken interventional studies, your intervention appreciable, etc. But implementing part is very important, where you have to convince the medical professionals and other things. Because in ethical committee, like we face lots of challenges in these sorts of studies and all. Even ideally to be very open, I will be little reluctant to grant permissions. Okay, so that's the questions which Sarah has mentioned it. But however, it is a good challenge for you to execute it and implement it. Okay, being a nursing professional, it's my due concern also to welcome you and to go ahead with those interventions. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Jyoti, I think we are stopping with this, and shall we have a break and come back? Oh, Sneha is there. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Rajesh sir, Arun sir, and Avinash sir for bearing with us till this time. So we'll just take a pause now for a lunch, and we'll be back by 2 o'clock. So we have a few more presenters, which we would be continuing after our fourth session. So that is 3 to 4 will be our fourth session. So after we complete fourth session, we would be continuing with paper presentations. So I request you to be online at that time. Okay. Kindly bear with us. If there are any inconvenience, kindly let us know. Thank you. We'll just take a lunch break.
Sir, like I'll try to join during the presentation. I have one more session.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sure, sure. Thank you. Thank you
Thank you,
so
sir.
much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
And participants, please note that the same link will work in the second half as well. Thank you.